He slaughtered the elite of every major sect, died with a smile on his face, and closed his eyes expecting eternal rest. Instead, he woke up 30 years later in the body of a 23-year-old madman. Zero cultivation and mountains of debt.
Hua Mujin is no longer just a broken heir.
He is Zhong Qian, the divine demon,
Borrowing flesh
to settle old scores. 70 years of combat experience, and nothing but a pair of chopsticks. He treats the entire martial world like a tutorial level. The 9 great sects thought they survived. They were wrong. The invoice has finally come due.
This is rebirth of the divine demon.
He died upside down, which is a bold stylistic choice for the greatest swordsman in history, but honestly, the gravity of the situation demanded it. Zhong Qian, the divine demon, stands alone against the entire martial world. His eyes glow red. He does not flinch, the outnumbered stance holds. He cuts through sect leaders, his grin widens. The attack lands clean, the next leader falls. The Namgang patriarch screams insults while bleeding out, because nothing says dignified elder like calling your murderer a bastard right before you both die. His life flashes before his eyes, orphanhood, blood, and the wife he couldn't save, ending with a tearful realization that he actually wanted to live. He wakes up 30 years later in a new body, staring down a merchant heir who thinks he is weak, ready to collect on the 17-year enmity. A family picnic under a blossoming tree, the universe's way of telling us this memory is about to get deleted. It's peaceful, it's warm, and it is absolutely lying to you about how this story ends. Cut to 30 years prior, where Zhen Chon stands alone on a battlefield littered with the broken swords of every major sect in the martial world. He has defeated every opponent present. The Shaolin abbot and Manhwa leader watch from the sidelines, realizing their entire coalition is exhausted while Jing Chon continues fighting. The Namgang patriarch screams for immediate execution, though his own forces are being pushed back. Zhong Shan's eyes glow red, not because he's evil, but because he's done negotiating. The elders prepare their final stand, chanting prayers like they think divine intervention is going to save them from a man who killed divinity for breakfast. He screams, the ground cracks, and energy blasts fly like confetti at a funeral. The bold monk slams his staff down, creating an explosion that would level a city block, yet Zhong Qian doesn't even flinch because he's seen worse Tuesdays. One elder takes a direct hit and is knocked unconscious, while another unleashes a green energy blast, screaming about accursed demons. Great monk Yan Nu joins the fray, looking stern and powerful. Red energy spheres erupt, cloaked figures lunge, and someone screams, "What?" because they just realized their ultimate technique is merely a suggestion to this man. The battlefield is a blur of green and red light, and nobody is having a good time. Zhong Chon declares it's time to end this, slamming his fist down with enough force to rewrite local geography. The rage is palpable, the energy is catastrophic, and the 9 great sects are finally understanding the concept of regret. Blue lightning crackles as he slashes forward, cleaving through defenses. 2 figures clash in a dimly lit interior, sparks flying, debris raining down, bones breaking. Multiple energy blasts erupt across the dark field as opponents try everything from plum blossom strikes to thunder rolls. Zheng Chen meets them all with a single blue energy sword strike, clashing against purple blasts. Sparks shower from the impact. Pink petals mix with blood, and a lightning bolt strikes down on a red-haired figure. Young Chon screams in agony and rage, blood splattering around him, because even gods feel pain when they're fighting an army. The Shaolin abbot strains to unleash a green strike, but Young counters with a torrent of red energy from his bare hand. Two elderly martial artists clash in the air, swords meeting in a dramatic aerial battle. A brutal impact splatters blood across the panel as Zheng Chan grins menacingly, dark tendrils erupting from his body. He says, "Next," because he's treating this apocalypse like a grocery list, and the severely wounded elderly monk screaming in agony agrees. A black mass slams into the surface. A white-haired swordsman leaps with a blue slash, and dark clothing unleashes crackling lightning. A cloaked figure strikes an opponent who reels back with a horrified expression. A warrior is stabbed, crying out in pain, while the divine demon with glowing red eyes lunges forward with a wide grin. Zheng Qian in red clashes with shadowy figures, surrounded by falling warriors. A massive explosion rocks the panel as Zheng Qian prepares another strike, his red eyes burning with intent. The narration states that facing the greatest martial strength under heaven is fatal, proven by the chaotic explosion of dark energy. Sect leader Zhang Guang asks if he prepared his grave, only to be told, "It's your grave." As a glowing pink sword swings down, they clash amidst swirling energy and pink petals, which is a beautiful way to describe two men trying to murder each other. Zhongshong unleashes a powerful attack surrounded by dark tendrils, holding a bloody sword aloft while saying, "Not yet." He draws his blade with a sharp click, and the words "Black Dragon" emblazon across the screen as chaos erupts. The word "execution" appears in large red letters as a figure in a wide-brimmed hat attacks with a bloody sword. The injured figure screams in agony, blood splattering everywhere. Blue energy blasts erupt from the void as a masked figure lunges with a golden weapon. Zheng Qian shatters the environment with a blue attack, gritting his teeth in a battle cry. He unleashes a powerful attack with glowing blue energy, shocking clan patriarch Namgum Huang, who didn't see it coming. Zheng Qian lunges forward, hand reaching out with a golden ring, while shadowy figures unleash torrents of red, sharp tendrils. The Namgum clan patriarch glares with red eyes as dark energy erupts around him. A dismembered limb flies through the air, splattering blood, followed by a red energy blast and a man in a suit getting violently impaled by dark energy. He screams, "Zheng Qian, you filthy demonic bastard," as unseen forces erupt with blinding light. Shadowy figures descend with powerful strikes, blue energy blasting from weapons and swords slashing through the darkness with lethal precision. A masked swordsman unleashes a blue attack, while a long-haired man lunges in rage amidst swirling energy. Figures are engulfed in blinding blasts, and a dark-haired man with glowing white eyes glares intensely, surrounded by the aftermath of his wrath. The clan patriarch charges through blue flames, eyes narrowed as forbidden energy crackles around him, while our prota cries out in pain. Namgung Wang roars, and Zheng Qian screams with a blood-splattered face, pushing past the limits of human endurance. Blood splatters across a red background as a white blade descends. Two warriors grimace in pain, one roaring while the other coughs up blood as a blade pierces his head. The battle is one-sided. A shadowy monster unleashes destructive energy, while Zheng Qian glares with intense rage as he is violently struck, blood splattering, and a hand drips with blood as it clutches a golden sword hilt, dark tendrils erupting around it. Zheng Qian unleashes dark energy amidst a swirling vortex, followed by a powerful red blast. A figure in a dark robe is surrounded by blood-like tendrils, and a severely wounded warrior stands with his back turned, sword drawn, blood staining his robes. His life flashes before his eyes, brawls for survival, wandering without a home, relying only on himself. He sits on a wooden platform looking at the rain-swept sea, reflecting on a life that was never really his to begin with. He walks through a forest carrying two children, embracing them as they sleep. A woman smiles warmly, and Jung-chun cries, his face obscured by shadow. For the first time, he had something to lose, and the universe took it. He whispers, "I wanted to live with you all," as he kneels over a fallen warrior, drawing a sword from their chest. Two martial artists clash one last time, and a long-haired figure stands with head bowed amidst the falling bodies of his enemies. He cries, dirt and tears streaking his face, as a dark void appears on a wounded warrior's chest. He kneels in the desolate landscape, head bowed against the sunset. Then a menacing voice mutters, "What a racket." He wakes up confused, asking if this is hell, only to be shouted at by a young man claiming his elder brother is alive. A young woman shouts that he's not even direct blood and shouldn't inherit the clan's martial arts anyway. Jung-chun stares intensely with striking red eyes. Processing this new reality, Jung-dobo smirks, proposes a deal, and declares they will duel for the rights. The divine demon has returned, but this time he's dealing with family drama instead of armies. The siblings exclaim in shock that their brother couldn't train due to madness, and the opponent thinks it's an obvious trick. Jung-chun just stares forward with determined red eyes, ready to collect on a 17-year enmity. The Chunghwa merchant group arrives at the gates like they own the place, which is exactly the problem, because they currently own everything else this clan has left. Buchon stands there looking expensive and dangerous, while Mujin wakes up from his internal reboot, realizing he is definitely not in hell, which is a disappointment for everyone expecting a quick exit. Soyeon screams in defense of her brother, invoking blood ties and martial arts secrets. Her brother stands with depleted chi. Dobo lays out a proposal so smug, it loops back around to insulting. If the clan wants to keep its martial arts secrets, someone can step up and duel him for them, right here, right now. The siblings are horrified because their brother hasn't trained in years due to his madness, and Dobo thinks this is an obvious trick designed to save face before the inevitable surrender. Mojin does not hide his condition. He stares back with flat confidence. Dobo smirks, anticipating the outcome. Dobo struts and postures with the smug energy of a mid-boss who hasn't read the patch notes, gesturing to his entourage and promising the beginner-level embarrassment will be over in a moment. He hasn't actually thrown a technique. He's just monologuing. His siblings remind him gently that he has never touched a sword in his life. Mujin's response, "Wait, are you talking about me?" has the energy of a man who forgot which body he's currently wearing, right before he reaches out to summon a blade and swing it anyway. Nugent stares at his trembling hand, noting its frailty and doubting his ability to hold a sword. Soyeon weeps, believing this signals another madness episode rather than the start of destruction. She begs him to come to his senses, but Dojin is already shaking his head, refusing to apologize because he knows something is different about the way Mujin is standing right now. Mujin sighs, asking for understanding, because explaining that he is a 70-year-old war criminal in a 23-year-old body is probably not the best icebreaker for a family reunion. 7 wounds, fist sensation hits. Same technique that broke him at age 6. His eyes glow red. Rage surges. Masok lunges forward, shouting, "Sir!" loud enough to rattle the courtyard. And when he asks how Mujin could possibly know him, Mujin just says, "You seem to know me," with the energy of a final boss reveal. Flashback to age 6. Young Mujin requests a fair duel. Young Dobo stands ready, confident and undefeated. They clash in a storm of energy and shattered ice, but this time Mujin doesn't hold back, delivering a punch that carries 17 years of unpaid invoices and significant emotional damage. Dobo gets kicked with a sinister grin on his face, realizing too late that the madman he crippled is now moving with the precision of someone who has studied every mistake Dobo ever made. Multiple fists strike downward in a blur of pink and blue energy, but Mujin meets them head-on, clashing with an intensity that suggests he is done playing the role of the victim. Dobo unleashes a blast of inner energy, calling Mujin a fool, and for once the math is on his side. The young master, untrained, outmatched, takes the technique full force and is sent reeling. The energy clashes, and it's Mujin who gets sent flying, crashing through the courtyard with a pained grunt, his body tossed like a ragdoll by an attack he has no answer for yet. Mujin, bleeding from the mouth, sails through the courtyard trees, weakly mouthing a single disbelieving name. The man who overwhelmed him, Dobo, just looms there, cocky and clearly winning, with the smug calm of a senior who finally got his moment. Mujin spits blood, still defiant. Dobo crackles with energy, winds up, second strike incoming. Blue energy blast erupts from Dobo's fist. Slash cuts the air, no mercy, no negotiation. Chonghwa Merchant Group takes the hit. Mujin assesses his situation. If they dismiss his condition as mere after effect, they underestimate the son of the Chonghwa Merchant Group who was just defeated. He asks whether the incident concluded with only a scolding. He walks away unhurried, unscathed, his shoes intact. He looks down with sorrow, remembering the son who became the reason for his parents' death, carrying the weight of a past life that no one else in this courtyard can possibly understand. Soyeon is crying, covering her face, while Dojin stands beside her, both of them watching the tall figure in the dark robe who just changed the entire trajectory of their lives in 10 seconds. A severely wounded warrior clutches his sword, a metaphor for Mujin's current state, while the siblings look at each other with tired resentment, wondering if this new brother is a blessing or a curse. Energy blasts illuminate the purple sky as a red-clad figure lunges downward, signaling that the duel may be over, but the consequences are just beginning to ripple through the martial world. Mujin meditates, surrounded by glowing orange energy. He smiles. Closing his eyes keeps the demons back. The merchants remain outside. A powerful energy blast erupts from his figure, illuminating the background with intense golden light, proving that the heavenly martial body is not just a curse, but a weapon waiting to be forged. Building explodes in flames. Masok turns, panic. Dark energy erupts behind him. Clan stability shatters. Elder Joe Hombong, clan elder, lunges with fierce rage, then immediately pulls back to say he's kidding, and the pulse is stronger than ever, gaslighting the entire courtyard into believing this was all a wellness check. He shouts about his special constitution. An older man laughs, manic. He asks whether the laughter means madness or recognition that the divine demon has returned. Screams of rage echo through the hall as Masok yells for the young master to pull himself together, unaware that the man screaming is actually enjoying the feeling of having a functioning nervous system. Mujin looks forward with a neutral expression, thinking this is really bad, while Elder Joe Hwanbong looks down in shock, realizing the symptoms they feared were actually the cure arriving late. Meet the only man in Sichuan who treats a 66-kilogram iron sword like a slightly heavy umbrella. The bandages are tight, the rain is relentless, and our boy is about to reinvent martial arts from scratch. Rain falls as Masok panics over his young master's mental state. He screams for Mujin to look at himself, unaware that the person looking back has 70 years of combat experience packed into a 23-year-old body. Masok asks where they would even get the money for a proper weapon, which is a fair question, given the clan's credit score is currently lower than their dignity. Lightning strikes, energy crackles, and the universe reminds us that poverty is just another boss fight. Mujin doesn't answer. He glares with the confidence of a man who knows exactly how this ends. He tells the big guy to take a message to his leader, skipping negotiation and going straight to violence. The guard tells him to cut the stupid talk and get inside if he's here to gamble. Mujin asks what he's looking at, and then delivers a punch that rhymes with truck and carries roughly that much kinetic energy. The impact sound effect is just pure trauma. A golden weapon spins through the air. The older swordsman asks what's wrong, and the messenger stammers that this person wants to see the sect leader. He does not want a meeting. Mujin stands stoically as coins spin in the air between them, a visual metaphor for how little he cares about their economy. The guard realizes he's a customer, or at least a problem, and slams his fist down. The table breaks. The vibe breaks harder. He says there's no need to see the leader anymore. He's handling this himself. Cut to a lone figure on a balcony overlooking the city, standing in the rain. Inside the cavern, masked figures walk toward a fire. One of them lunges forward with a sinister grin, eyes glowing. This is the welcoming committee. They converse in the dim light while a giant hand looms in the background. A golden X-shaped weapon spins rapidly. 3 figures stand ready, waiting for the main event. A fist radiates power, and the enemy claims he won't let Mujin leech off them like his parents did. Mujin replies that he doesn't have any parents, which is technically true but emotionally devastating. The scarred man behind him looks distressed by the lack of sentimentality. Mujin says they'll begin, and the fight erupts. A lone swordsman takes on several masked figures, drawing his blade with a determined grunt. The motion is a blur, the stakes are high, and the choreography is about to get very expensive for the bad guys. Swings connect, muscles tense, black viscous fluid sprays. Close up, bandaged forearm moving faster than the eye can track. The efficiency test hits its mark. The result is a kill. Mujin lunges with a lightning strike rage in his posture. The opponent gasps, eyes wide, terrified as the impact lands. A stylized character for blood flashes on screen. He tells the falling enemy he's got soft bones for his size. A swordsman in red lunges. Mujin swings his gleaming blade with immense force, red energy emanating from the strike. Sharp glowing lines strike from nowhere. The masked figure shouts, "You rat," and lunges. Mujin shouts right and fires a glowing counter-strike. The correction lands with extreme force. The man in red takes the hit. Debris scatters. 2 warriors clash in a flurry of blood, one shouting, "Darn you!" The anger is real. The skill gap is absolute. A masked figure with white hair lunges with a scythe-like weapon, creating a shockwave. A black-clad figure kicks with dark energy trailing behind. Another cloaked figure leaps through the air, attacking a swordsman who cries out in pain. The fight is chaotic. The fight is total. Crimson Cape takes a firebolt mid-leap. He spins. Bloodhawk staggers, crimson spraying from his mouth, eyes locked forward. 2 fighters plummet together, trading blows in freefall. Blade meets blade, neither yielding. Mujin kneels on the ground and asks if they cannot tell he is fine. His opponent tries to dodge a purple energy blast, but the runes swirl and the smoke clears. The power is overwhelming, but Mujin is already calculating the next move. The fist slams down, and someone exclaims in surprise about a coin. Mujin demands to talk to the leader again. He draws his blade, preparing for a fight that was inevitable from the moment he walked in. Cloak blade swings. Orange energy arcs from the edge. 2 masked fighters cross steel in a corona of light. Third runner steps through with a violet slash. Sparks cascade. Impact. 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 2 figures clash with glowing energy swords in a dark void. A close-up shows Mujin gripping his sword with intense focus, his determination palpable. They clash again, drawing blood in a violent confrontation that leaves no room for mercy. A figure violently slashes, drawing blood. Mujin warns that if you underestimate chopsticks, you might end up shitting yourself. He unleashes a blinding blue energy attack from his sword, proving that his threat was not hyperbole, but a promise. Mujin lunges forward with determination, his cape billowing. He stands amidst debris, sword stained in blood. A fist connects with a violent flack, and the screen shakes with the impact. The message is received, loud and clear. A wounded man coughs blood as Mujin stands over him. He lunges forward with a glowing blue blade, shouting that their jokes end here. The purple energy reads his sword, and the finality of the statement hangs in the air like smoke. Mujin glares intensely, his eyes glowing purple. An opponent is thrown into the air, emitting a purple aura, while another shouts in disbelief that he dodged. A powerful fist, glowing with dark energy, is thrown forward, sealing the deal with extreme prejudice. A leg descends rapidly, kicking with immense force. A dark figure with glowing red eyes unleashes an energy blast, shattering the surroundings. A bound individual screams in agony, blood splattering, as Mujin grimly tells them to talk if they want to live. Shrouded in red energy, he demands a loan. Then, in a chibi-style twist, he laughs maniacally while holding two thin rods. The divine demon has spoken, and his first official act as plan head is aggressive accounting. The 17-year enmity has begun. There's a specific kind of silence that only exists when someone is about to make a very expensive mistake with a very heavy object. This is that silence. Dojin and Soyun watch from the shadows as their brother attempts to lift the heavy sword. Mujin stands before the forge, hands pressed together, concentrating on the metal before him. He grips the hilt. The sword does not move. His past life strength and chi abilities do not transfer to this body. 50 Jin. He can't even raise 50 Jin. The divine demon who once cleaved armies in half is now being humbled by a piece of iron that refuses to acknowledge his authority. He uses both hands. It's not dignified. It's not the hidden dragon of Sichuan. It's just a guy struggling with gravity. But at least the sword is finally off the ground. He draws the blade. The motion is slow and deliberate with no chi enhancement. He strains with physical effort alone. But then the breathing kicks in. The Donggong method isn't about sitting still. It's about moving until your body forgets how to be weak, and suddenly the air starts to listen. Slash. Blue energy wave cuts across the room. The wall splits. His limitation shatters. The energy blast catches him off guard, but he leans into it. This is the moment the tutorial ends. The system didn't give him a cheat code. It gave him a workout plan, and he just finished the first set. Amazing. He says it with the same tone someone uses when they find a coupon that actually works. It's not joy. It's the satisfaction of a problem being solved through brute force and stubbornness. We start with the moment the universe decided this training room had served its purpose and was ready for immediate demolition. Mujin layers breathing onto the swing. The basic sword form amplifies with kinetic force. His bandaged arms glow with blue energy. He spins into a vortex of power, eyes glowing red with pain, because his heavenly martial body treats demonic-style cultivation like a personal insult it needs to fight back against. Red and blue energies clash inside his meridians. Internal explosion detonates. A normal cultivator dies here. He grits his teeth. The swing comes harder. The energy beams collide. Light and debris erupt. 70 years of combat experience in a 23-year-old body drives the impact. The backlash throws him through the air. He lands hard. A massive red energy sphere rises before him. He faces it down, calm. Mujin lunges forward, sword piercing through the explosive burst of red energy as he declares that no martial art can stand before this edge, which is a bold claim for a man currently on fire. A monstrous skeletal creature lunges. Bamboo spears rain from the ceiling. Thick ropes bind him. He deflects the entire barrage. He unleashes a green energy attack. It shatters the complexity of his opponent's techniques. Natural counterplay overrides their complicated formations. His fist crashes through the ground. He lunges with glowing blue sword intent. The force of his determination distorts the air around him. Floating logs emit red light. He screams in rage about the process. His strike unleashes. It splits the obstacle before him. He declares that even a floating leaf on water will be split by this blade, then raises his sword high enough to split the sky itself, because subtlety died with his previous life. The massive glowing sword swings with immense force, creating a blinding flash that leaves him floating in the air with arms outstretched, gripping the hilt as the sound of impact echoes forever. In the quiet aftermath, a memory surfaces of his master asking if he memorized the forms, admitting he couldn't carry it on anymore, and passing the torch to a child who didn't yet know the weight. The cloaked figure gestures to the seated child. Energy glows from a reaching hand, and the young boy laughs joyfully as the legacy is transferred without words. Only trust. The master's voice echoes that at 100,000 swings you emit sword aura, and that a million few will match you under heaven, a promise that now feels less like poetry and more like a receipt. Back in the present, a severely injured Mujin warns his opponent to hit him once more and die, then immediately sits down to eat rice, because even divine demons need calories after breaking reality. He reaches for meat. He tells his worried servant to prepare beef tomorrow, stating it builds muscle better. He mentions he will borrow more money later. He eats while his companion stares in shock at the guy who couldn't function like a normal person yesterday, now discussing dietary macros with the confidence of a fitness influencer who just broke a wall. He tells them to worry about one thing. Masok is distressed, believing he abandons the Yomwa legacy. He sits calmly with his brother in a room with no walls. Mujin calls it ridiculous. He smiles smugly as he exhales and dismisses the yapping servant with a sardonic command to get out because he has achieved donjon formation and they have not. He stands sternly in his red robe, shadow looming behind him, while elsewhere an elderly man sips tea and predicts that after this, the heir will come for the Yom Emperor's inheritance. The elder looks on with apprehension as two young disciples watch in awe through the doorway, witnessing the moment the sleeping dragon of Xiao Chang finally woke up and decided to redecorate. He screams. The cause is not combat but acupuncture. Elder Zhou Huanbong is treating him, inserting needles across his body as the sun sets behind them. He has only recently rebuilt his cultivation from zero. Elder Zhou Huanbong is clutching his own forehead in distress, which is never the energy you want from the man holding the needles. He's watching Mujin's meridians do something that shouldn't happen in one session, and his entire medical framework is filing for unemployment. We cut back to the real emotional core of this chapter, someone crying out in despair, tears streaming with the kind of anguish that only comes from reading your family's debt spreadsheet. The 17-year Enmity isn't just a title. It's a quarterly earnings report from hell. Mujin can now swing a 110 June iron sword with one hand. Sweat drips from his arm. The effort is visible. He stands in the rain, bandages covering his torso and arms, gripping the heavy sword. Exhaustion shows on his face. Determination shows more strongly. His attire is practical for the training. Dojin and Soyeon stand together in dark robes. Dojin has his hands clasped. Bamboo frames the background. Soyeon absolutely unloads. She's crying, she's shouting, she's blaming Mujin for their parents' deaths with the kind of emotional precision that only comes from rehearsing this speech for years. The sepia-toned flashback behind her confirms this trauma has a director's cut. Mujin looks down at the display of grief and reacts with calm acknowledgement. He has died once before. He views most problems as temporary. He is not dismissive. His perspective is shaped by that experience. He places a hand on both their heads with the gentle authority of a man who has killed sect masters, but is now learning that parenting is harder. The children look up with concern and resignation, which is the exact facial expression of anyone who has ever been comforted by someone clearly out of their depth. Dojin practices martial arts while Soyeon watches with a critical expression. She tells him his stance looks nothing like Brother Mujin's. She holds her brother to that standard. Mujin demonstrates proper form while the kids observe, and the visual of a man who once destroyed the 9 great sects, now teaching children how to stretch properly, is the kind of tonal whiplash this series serves without warning. Like this, stretch more, the most devastatingly calm instruction in murim. Dojin balances a wooden bucket on his head while holding bamboo poles, following instructions about breathing and pacing. His small frame shows clear determination. A cloaked figure emanates glowing blue aura while discussing the breathing method of the pupil. The visual is dramatic. The terminology references ancient practice. The narrator records the technique details. Mujin holds his sword and declares, "Don't worry about anything, I will definitely win," with a smile that manages to be simultaneously reassuring and deeply unsettling. This is the face of a man who has already calculated 17 different ways to kill his opponent and is now choosing the most efficient one. The siblings kneel facing each other. One asks if nothing will happen. The other answers that she guesses not. They have faced danger before. Her smile is brave. Her uncertainty is greater. Mujin stands in the rain with his face heavily bandaged, looking forward with the determination of a man who has decided that today is the day he finishes his accounting homework, and also possibly destroys a merchant guild. The hydrangeas in the foreground are having a better day than anyone in this panel. A figure shrouded in red energy lunges forward with a clenched fist. Mujin's training has progressed to where his energy manifestation is visibly potent. The red aura is pronounced. It is intentionally forceful. A glowing red object crashes down, cracking the ground on impact. The sound effect marks the force. Debris flies. The ground splits. The ground splits. The onomatopoeia emphasizes the damage. Mujin swings his massive sword while shards of red light explode around him, and the composition here is doing the most. A bandaged warrior, a weapon that shouldn't be wieldable, energy that shouldn't be manifesting, all in one frame that screams budget well spent, and also maybe therapy needed. He swings again in midair, surrounded by dark fire, and the series has officially committed to the aesthetic of a man who looks like he lost a fight with a medical supply cabinet, but is winning every actual fight that matters. The dynamic pose is generous. The animators, if this ever gets animated, will need hazard pay. A masked figure holds two swords while glowing blue energy emanates from them. The text explains the awakening of such pupil and martial art classification. The exposition provides detail. The visuals convey the action. The narrator notes the technique names for reference. Extreme close-up of a masked man with glowing red eyes, face contorted in rage, and this is the divine demon peeking through the Mujin costume. The red eyes are a past life callback. The rage is a past life callback. The rage is a past life callback. The mask is just practical rain protection that accidentally looks incredibly ominous. Zhongshan, the actual divine demon, not the borrowed body, gets engulfed in a red energy blast, body contorted in pain. And this is the flashback that explains why he can't just use his old techniques. The heavenly martial body rejects demonic arts with the enthusiasm of a content filter, rejecting a word that rhymes with truck. Mujin swings his massive sword downward in torrential rain amidst crumbling ruins, framed in a large panel that emphasizes his central role. The rain falls heavily. The ruins crumble around him. He wields a sword of exceptional weight with clear force and intent. He lunges forward with flames curling around his outstretched arm, and the ferocity in his expression says that the Donggong training has officially paid off. The energy is flowing. The sword is cooperating. The man who had no chi 3 weeks ago is now producing fire effects that would make a BTS stage designer jealous. Someone asks if young Master Hua is still doing that. With the surprised energy of a servant who has just discovered his employer has been training in secret for 3 weeks and has somehow rebuilt his entire cultivation base. The sunset in the background is pretty. The revelation is prettier. We return to the hero panel. Mujin screaming through acupuncture while Elder Zhou Hunbong watches with a smug expression that says he enjoys this part of his job too much. The 17-year enmity is not just about Chongdobo. It's about every indignity this body has endured, every treatment that failed, every moment of madness that wasn't actually madness but blocked, meridians screaming for help. Masok arrives with food, calling out young master with the cheerful obliviousness of a man who has not yet seen the training room wall. The wooden box probably contains something nutritious. The emotional support is definitely nutritious. Masok's entire existence is a support build, and we respect it. Our protagonist cries out in anguish against a vibrant sunset, and the composition is doing the full shonen emotional beat, the pain of progress, the cost of recovery, the screaming that happens when your body rebuilds what was broken for 17 years. The sunset is not sympathetic. The sunset is just there being pretty. Mujin grins triumphantly with his massive sword after a battle, and the grin says he's done. The training arc is complete. The wall is destroyed. The meridians are open. The man who woke up with no chi now has a functional dantian and a body that can actually cultivate. Patch note 0.7. Character build updated from hard mode to slightly less hard mode. Mujin stares forward with intense brown eyes, lower face covered in white bandages. his expression calm and controlled, while clearly concealing active planning of imminent violence. The mask serves a practical function. The eyes indicate his readiness as a combatant. The elders will soon encounter both. Mujin stands in a dusty courtyard with Masok and announces there are guests, with the energy of a man who has been expecting these particular guests for roughly 17 years. The training dummies in the background are silent witnesses. The dust is atmospheric. The impending violence is on schedule. The blonde-haired servant smiles with clear smugness and addresses a group of warriors with deliberate condescension, his tone indicating planned financial exploitation. The clouds in the background appear soft and full. The interpersonal situation carries tension and threat. Mujin stretches with his massive sword and says it needs to be quite spacious, with the casual tone of a man who is about to use a training ground the way most people use a demolition site. The bandages are still on. The confidence is new. The sword has not gotten any lighter. A menacing figure with glowing red eyes glares while a hand holds a golden object, the panel framing a clear villain. Introduction with dramatic emphasis. The red eyes appear again as a recurring visual motif. The golden object holds apparent significance. The narrator explicitly notes the shared visual language with the divine demon flashback, indicating deliberate foreshadowing. Mujin grins widely while looking to the side, a castle visible in the background, the grin indicating he has grasped something others have not yet perceived. The expression appears friendly while functioning as concealed threat. The castle provides a detailed setting. The overall mood carries undercurrent of danger beneath surface calm. Cheolboin, commander of the Yomwa clan's death squad, salutes with raised hand, the visual presenting military organization despite the clan's recent financial collapse. The salute is executed with precision. The underlying situation remains unstable. The death squad will receive their first operational assignment after an extended inactive period. Two men stand with their backs to the viewer, one with bandages wrapped around his head and arms, and someone remarks that the madness has erupted again. The irony is thick enough to cut with the sword Mujin is definitely holding. The madness they're seeing is actually competence. The competence looks like madness because they haven't seen it before. Mujin looks up with a pained expression as a shadowy figure looms over him, speaking about bottling up emotions as cowardice. The dialogue framing emotional confrontation as direct precursor to physical combat. The bandages remain visible. The displayed vulnerability marks a departure from prior presentation. The shadowy figure will likely discover that Mujin's expression of openness involves substantial violence. Mujin stands with his massive sword in a courtyard full of men. Cheolboin asks, "So what are you suggesting?" with the tone of someone who already knows the answer and is just waiting for the other person to say it out loud so he can respond with violence. The group of 5 men is arranged as if numbers matter. They do not matter. Cheolboin glares forward as a large blade approaches him, and the panel is doing that thing where it frames the weapon as the real character, while the human is just the obstacle. The goatee says veteran. The glare says not veteran enough. The blade says not veteran enough. The blade says math problem incoming. Mujin lunges forward with his sword shield, while another figure prepares to defend from behind, and the action choreography is giving us the first real exchange of the duel. The bandages are still on. The form is now correct. The breathing technique that took 3 weeks to master is about to be field-tested against someone who has been training for decades. Cheolboin speaks about the world tilting, with a sinister grin that says he has been waiting for this moment to test the young master, and is about to discover that the young master has been waiting longer. The graying hair is supposed to indicate wisdom. The grin is about to indicate wisdom. The grin is about to indicate miscalculation. Mujin lunges forward with a wide, unsettling grin, his opponent's face obscured by his own dark hair, and the panel is giving us the moment where the mask slips, not the physical mask, the emotional one. This is Jung Xion enjoying combat. This is the divine demon, remembering what it feels like to be alive, and also winning. The grin is not Mujin's. The grin is older than the body it's wearing. Mujin looks up at the bright cloud-filled sky with bandages around his forearms and neck, his body still while his attention has already shifted to forthcoming challenges. The sky shows clear blue. The clouds appear full and white. His planned reckoning for a 17-year grievance approaches execution. A hand grips a weapon as a speech bubble states that regret won't do you any good, and the panel is giving us the thematic thesis of this entire arc in one frame. The Chonghua merchant group is about to learn this lesson. Chongdobo is about to learn this lesson. The narrator is taking bets on who learns it hardest. Cheolboin swings a massive angular sword in a wide arc, creating a powerful gust of wind that the Korean sound design team apparently rendered as 2 syllables of pure aerodynamic violence. The swing is impressive. The swing is also the last thing he does before he discovers that Mujin's concept of sword range includes the space where he is currently standing. The sword strike creates a shockwave, dust and debris flying, and the onomatopoeia is doing the heavy lifting of suggesting impact without us having to read it literally. The panel is all about the aftermath of force meeting force. The aftermath is about to favor one side significantly. Mujin speaks with a determined expression, glowing sword in hand, his hair appearing purple in the lighting, the visual presenting a full power escalation. The bandages remain visible for visual consistency. The energy manifestation indicates progression in capability. The purple hair appears to result from lighting conditions, though transformation remains a possibility. 2 chibi-style characters ask where their brother is, and the tonal whiplash from dramatic combat to cute concern is exactly the kind of emotional manipulation this series runs on. The standing character is worried. The crouching character is worried. The crouching character is worried. The audience is worried that the answer involves more bandages and screaming. The Chonghua merchant group calls themselves vicious snakes, which is rich, coming from people who weaponize debt like it's a martial art form. Dojin and Soyan are asleep, unaware that their brother is about to confront the man who wronged their family 17 years ago. Mujin finishes his tea like he's not heading into a duel that could end his lineage, because panic is for people who haven't already won in their head. His eye narrows with the specific intensity of a man who has killed gods and is now mildly annoyed by merchants, and the atmosphere drops 10 degrees. Mujin asks if he looks dashing, and Masok confirms it, knowing that appearance will not protect him from the violence to come. The duel begins with Cheolboin swinging wildly while Mujin stands there bandaged and bored, declaring he doesn't feel regret because he's already calculated the outcome. Red energy flares. The sword glows. The ground cracks under the activation of an ancient technique. Cheolboin launches a massive energy slash, but Mujin deflects it with the casual ease of someone swatting away a fly that owes him money. Cheolboin screams at him to use his sword, completely missing the point that Mujin is fighting without one, just to prove how little effort this requires. Bandaged hands grip the hilt, the impact lands with a sickening crunch, and Cheolboin realizes too late that mercy was never part of this transaction. Mujin swings the massive iron blade of the head. Air resistance screams. The strike descends with 17 years of vengeance behind it. Cheolboin yells for him to know his place, which is hilarious considering he's currently falling through the air thanks to a superior tactical position. Blue energy erupts from Mujin's body, a starburst of pure dominance that tells everyone watching this isn't a duel, it's an eviction notice. Cheolboin swings his glowing red sword in panic. Mujin steps inside the arc and drives a punch into his body. Blood sprays, jaws break, the impact echoes through the courtyard. A red energy blast connects with Cheolboin's face. He flies backward. Black liquid pours from his mouth. Mujin clenches his fist and declares things will be different now. He stands over the defeated enemy, the 17-year debt settled. The watching clansmen stare in shock, realizing the young master they dismissed as a madman has just defeated their entire security detail with his bare hands. Cheolboin hits the ground hard, his sword flying away as Mujin stands there, hands on hips, looking up at the sky like he's checking the weather. Someone screams coward, and Mujin asks how so with the genuine curiosity of a man who doesn't understand why losing hurts people's feelings. Cheolboin kneels, bleeding from the leg, while Mujin's gaze remains steady and clear, proving the madness was never in the mind, just the meridians. They stand in the courtyard. The tension is extreme. Masok clasps his hands in worry because he knows what comes next. Choboing claims he was going to half-kill him, but Mujin swings his blade with such force that the threat becomes a laughable understatement of reality. They brag about hiring a master, as if theft is a resume booster, completely missing that Mujin doesn't care about their credentials, only their collateral. He closes his eyes and resolves to smash them anyway, because with the power of a divine demon, he does not need negotiation. The duel ends not with a whimper, but with a system notification that sounds suspiciously like a cash register opening in an empty bank vault. Mujin lunges. His blade finds the gap. The guard falls before he can raise his weapon. He swings the iron sword one-handed. The blade arcs down. The target's collarbone breaks under the impact. The impact creates a shockwave. Debris erupts outward. The blast radius clears 10 paces in every direction. His opponent gets launched backward with the aerodynamic efficiency of a ragdoll thrown by a disgruntled toddler, blood spraying in a pattern that says, "Game over." Mujin presses forward. He does not pause. 3 more Chuanghua guards collapse in his path. He strikes the elbow joint. The arm goes limp. A follow-up blow cracks the ribcage before the target can scream. The glowing red eyes return for a brief cameo, reminding everyone present that the sweet young master they knew is actually a dormant volcano wearing a human suit. Blue energy clashes with red aura, the collision point whiteouts. 2 fighters brace against the backlash. He descends like a judgment from heaven, or perhaps more accurately, like a tax audit that you definitely did not prepare for and cannot appeal. The energy blast converge head-on. The courtyard floor shatters. Bystanders scatter behind the remaining walls. Red and blue pillars of power crash together. The void chamber strains at the seams. Ground-level extras are thrown flat. Mujin swings with eyes glowing red, channeling the divine demon's rage to a body that is technically still recovering from 17 years of neglect. But once the dust settles, the genre shifts from action thriller to bureaucratic drama, because apparently saving your clan requires filing paperwork before lunch. Gamblers in the courtyard calculate odds on the young master's survival. None offer favorable terms past the 5-minute mark. Mujin saunters in sucking on a lollipop, looking so unbothered that the spectators immediately write him off as a weakling who wandered into the wrong fight. A woman with a red umbrella arrives. Her expression is fixed. She states her business, debt collection, payment due. Mujin points a finger and vows that the Cho Honghua Merchant Company will never get their hands on the Yonghua family's secrets, which lands with the calm menace of a man who already knows how this ends. The Gongdong faction representative clenches his fist in anger, realizing that his political maneuvering has been outpaced by a teenager with a heavy sword. Mujin leaps. His blade glows blue overhead. He brings it down through the Choho captain's guard. The enemy smirks, claiming they sent items as a gift, but we all know that in this world, gifts usually come with hidden invoices and lethal consequences. The massive sword descends from the sky like a divine verdict, causing the Yonghua clan members to question if their young master is actually a sword saint. Steward admits he was joking about running away, which is the kind of lie we tell ourselves when we are terrified but trying to look brave. Mujin smiles smugly, holding his sword with the confidence of a man who knows the outcome before the first move is even made. Masok screams in disbelief at the speed of the attack, while Mujin grits his teeth, focusing entirely on the task of dismantling his opposition. Energy slashes cut through the air with violent precision, creating a visual spectacle that is equal parts beautiful and terrifying for anyone standing nearby. The crowd celebrates with joyful expressions, unaware that they are cheering for a man who is currently calculating how much gold he can extort from their bosses. A narrator box declares Dobo's martial arts negligible compared to what is coming, which is the literary equivalent of telling someone to bring an umbrella to a hurricane. Figures fall through the air amid swirling dust and debris, victims of a power gap that no amount of political maneuvering can bridge. Mujin looks strained but determined. Chief Steward Du admits aloud that he expected the young master to fall immediately. The elder's assessment was incorrect. He declares that past strength does not matter, only the present resolve, which is a very inspiring speech for a man who is about to ask for a ledger. And now, with the violence concluded, Steward Du trembles as he hands over the records, because the divine demon who destroyed 9 sects is now doing accounts receivable. The clash is so violent, it feels like the artist forgot to use layers. 2 warriors collide with glowing blades and expressions that suggest this is personal, not just procedural. Our boy's eyes are glowing red, his hair is wild, and he is swinging a sword with the kind of rage usually reserved for people who cut in line at the convenience store. The opponent screams in shock because he just realized that the madman he bullied 17 years ago has returned with a fully loaded grudge and 0 patience. Blood sprays across the panel. The impact detonates in a blinding white flash that whites out the frame, and the blow lands with the full force of 17 years of vengeance. He follows up with a downward strike that grits teeth and shatters bones. This isn't a duel anymore. It is an execution performed by someone who remembers every single second of the pain. Red energy erupts from his hand as he kicks the air. The strikes channel 17 years of suppressed fury into raw kinetic violence. A blinding explosion separates them, but the momentum doesn't stop. The opponent plummets through the air, surrounded by a red aura that flickers and wavers as panic takes hold. Mujin leaps through the flurry of energy bursts, landing a kick that sends shockwaves through the ground. He is moving faster than the eye can track, which is bad news for anyone standing nearby. Bu Choyan screams in pure rage, her face contorted in a fury that suggests she knows exactly how badly this is going to end for her side. The dust settles to reveal Mujin standing amidst a splatter of black ink, looking utterly unreadable behind his mask. Dobo lies in a pool of blood at his feet, proving the point definitively. He holds the bloodied sword with casual indifference while his opponent screams in agony, pulled down by an unseen force. The power gap here is not just physical, it is existential. Bu Choyan screams in shock, her eyes wide with terror as she realizes the young master they dismissed as broken is actually the most dangerous person in the room. Mujin stands with his hand on his hip, looking stern and completely unbothered by the chaos he just caused. He is done playing the victim. Now he is collecting the debt. An older man gestures dismissively, noting that the match was over long ago. He recognizes the futility of resistance when facing someone who fights with the weight of a past life behind every swing. Mujin turns the accusation right back on them, asking whether it was really necessary to use the 7-wound fist strike on the head of a 5-year-old child who knew no martial arts. He is not being shamed here. He is itemizing the bill. Mujin replies with glowing red eyes and a demonic aura, stating that this is merely the closure of a grudge from 17 years ago. He is not angry. He is balanced. Bu Choyan kneels in anguish, crying out his name as the reality of their defeat sets in. The 17-year enmity ends here, paid in full with this final blow. In the courtyard, Mujin lunges forward with shocking speed, while bystanders react in alarm. His fist clenches with intense blue energy, radiating a determination that silences the entire crowd. Steward Du looks up in surprise, a tear rolling down his cheek as he is addressed by his title. Even the clan elders are struggling to process the fact that their useless young master just became their savior. Mujin asks with a sinister smile if the gold entrusted to him has already been spent. He is pivoting from vengeance to accounting with the seamless grace of a man who knows exactly what he wants. 2 elders discuss their financial troubles while Mujin walks past them, carrying his massive sword with a smirk. He mentions stopping by the Bango sect again, because why solve one problem when you can solve 3? He declares that if anyone ever tries to split him from his 2 younger siblings, they will regret it. His eyes glare with enraged intensity, streaked with blood and dirt, promising violence to anyone who threatens his new family. Dojin sits on a rock, declaring he cannot forgive them, while So-yeon pulls on Mujin's hair with a cheerful, "Oh dear." The contrast between their trauma and their current safety is the only peace Mujin needs. The act ends with a desolate mountain landscape and a sound effect that echoes into the distance. The debt is collected, the grudge is settled, and now he has 4 ugly brothers to recruit. It begins on a single word now. He has decided to act, sword in hand, driven by his grudge. He sits there with glowing red eyes and a sword resting on his shoulder like it's a pillow, radiating the kind of calm that makes seasoned killers check their wills. The Bango sect leader offers gold for his own life. Mujin accepts. Then he kills the rest of the room. The elders scream in distress as the reality sets in. They are not negotiating with a young master. They are bargaining with a natural disaster, wearing human skin. Mujin walks out into the sunlight with Masok trailing behind, leaving the carnage inside because he has already mentally moved on to the next item on his agenda. He grins with the smug satisfaction of a man who just turned a loan shark's entire treasury into his personal piggy bank without breaking a single sweat. Chief Steward Du tries to warn him about the social sect's death black crow, crying out in anguish because he knows what comes next, but Mujin is already 3 steps ahead. Mujin asks if they mean the guy with pitch-black fingers, treating a notorious assassin like a minor inconvenience rather than a lethal threat to his entire clan. The elder screams again. Mujin stands unafraid, showing no sign of the broken air they believed him to be. Mujin ignores the panic and orders tender beef for dinner, reminding everyone that his siblings need to eat well when they return from their training trip. He walks away toward the sunset, a lone swordsman with long black hair and a destiny that is rapidly outpacing his ability to explain it to anyone. The observers wonder if this is really the same young master they knew, because the man who just emptied a sex vault looks nothing like the madman they remembered. Meanwhile, a hired hand questions why his employer is so talkative, unaware that silence is usually the last thing you hear before the divine demon decides you're redundant. Wu Choyun, stern and red-haired, holds a dark object, her expression suggesting she is done with games and ready to deliver a message that will change everything. Maps and cubic objects sit in a dimly lit room, representing the cold, calculated machinery of the Merchant Guild that is finally waking up to the threat in Sichuan. The giant recruit spots something that makes his gold earrings tremble with genuine confusion, which is a rare look for a man who usually treats panic as a lifestyle choice. Mujin's eyes flare red because the folding screen in front of him isn't just art. It is screaming ancient sword intent directly into his meridians like a cursed pop-up ad. He moves before anyone can process the threat, stomping forward with the kind of aggressive grace that says he has already decided how this fight ends and nobody else gets a vote. The room screams his name in pure terror because they just watched their young master turn the decorative screen into a combat zone, proving once again that the Phoenix of Sichuan does not do subtle. The Yomwa clan's reputation used to be fire and blood. Now it's just fire, because the new head is technically a madman with a sword he can't lift. But Mujin isn't lifting it anymore. He's dragging it behind him now, and the merchant guilds are starting to notice the silence. Elder Zhou Huanbong is having a panic attack because assassins just ambushed the clan out in the bamboo forest. This is Tuesday for them now. Night in the bamboo forest, and the clan's old guard is already neck-deep in an ambush. Steel flashes between the stalks. This was supposed to be a quiet killing, and it is rapidly becoming anything but. Elder Zhou and Chief Steward Du refuse to go quietly. One of the attackers learns the hard way that fine robes and bravado do not, in fact, protect a man from an old steward's blade. 2 old men engage. The veterans move faster than the assassins expected, blades out, bodies hitting dirt before the attackers can set their feet. An attacker hits the ground and stays down. Chief Steward Du doesn't even look down at him. He's already turning to meet the next blade. The masked attackers spread out with their own brand of chaos, one of them barking orders to leave a single kid alive and kill the rest. Chief Steward Du's answer to that suggestion is, predictably, violence. Dojun and Soyun are caught in the crossfire, and that is the one thing this world does not get to do. Mujin isn't on the scene yet, but he's already moving, fast, and he is done being patient. He moves faster than the eye can track, a red blur cutting through the assassins like they're made of paper. The Mad Demon nickname isn't just for show anymore. The massive iron sword swings once, creating a shockwave that clears the entire courtyard. It's not elegant, it's efficient, and it's terrifyingly loud. He doesn't just defeat them, he dismantles them. Heads roll, bodies fly, and the bamboo forest becomes a crime scene before anyone can blink. The last assassin tries to run. Mujin doesn't let him. He sends a palm strike through the air. It catches the runner in the back and drops him. When the dust settles, Mujin stands alone in the wreckage. His eyes glow red, not with rage, but with the cold calculation of a man who just balanced his books. Dojin and Soyen stare at him, not with fear, but with something new, respect. Mujin pats Dojin's head and says he did well. It's the first honest thing he's said all week. The last attacker faces Mujin directly in the bamboo dark. The clan head demonstrates his power. The assassin falls, body torn apart by the strike. Mujin interrogates the survivor. He wants names. Specifically, he wants to know who hired these amateurs. The answer is Bu Choyon, and she just made herself his next project. He lets the survivor go with a message. Tell Bu Choyon that the divine demon is coming for her, and he doesn't mean it as a compliment. The aftermath of a massacre that wasn't even close to being a fight. Mujin stands there, not a hair out of place, while the last assassin bows in terrified submission. But let's rewind to how we got here. The rumor mill is spinning wild theories about the return of some lost talent, and Mujin just stares into the middle distance with that deadpan expression that says he's already calculated your expiration date. Masok bursts in shouting for the young master like he's late for a raid boss, but Mujin just slaps a guy across the face with the casual indifference of someone swatting a fly. It's not violence, it's administrative correction. Later, he's soaking in a bath, contemplating whether he's projecting his past trauma onto two children who carry enough weight already. He holds a glowing orb of energy, forgotten and unsqueezed in his palm. He announces he'll personally train the kids starting tomorrow. One of the onlookers looks nervous, sweating, because he knows this man's personal training involves breaking bones before fixing them. In the courtyard, he explains a movement technique that freezes opponents in place. Suyeon asks how he has combat experience if Elder Joe said he was useless, and he just coughs awkwardly and suggests they skip to sparring. The kids attack, but their form is so raw it barely qualifies as martial arts. Rather than crush their confidence, Mujin fakes a sudden headache and ends the session early, letting them keep their pride intact. He sighs, realizing his master must have had a hard time raising him too. Then he smiles, a rare, soft expression, and tells his master he probably suffered enough watching him grow up. Back to training. He swings a massive iron sword one-handed, creating red energy slashes that cut the air itself. Each swing sends visible shockwaves through the chamber, warping the space around him. He leaps into the air, sword overhead, silhouetted against the sunset. Meanwhile, a panicked man flies backward through the air, screaming that good work isn't enough payment for nearly dying. Steward Du and Elder Joe Hambung look distressed, realizing they've been replaced by their own clan head. Mujin calmly tells them only he can treat the young master. The words mean, "Stay out of my way." He kicks a guard flying, then smirks with glowing red eyes and a demonic aura that screams, "I am not the protagonist you think I am." It's the kind of smile that makes villains check their life insurance policies. A few days ago, a blonde-haired man claims to be a miracle healer, famous for positive energy healing. Mujin watches him with flat, predatory focus, studying his next move. Mujin peers through a door gap, eyes glowing red behind a mask. Watching the elders discuss the situation, Steward Du and Yong-su, a Taoist, look on, unaware that the patient is currently planning a hostile takeover of their sanity. Mujin looms over the elderly healer, eyes glowing white, warning him that there's no turning back. Then he presses a blade to the man's neck, removing the option of refusal. He strikes down a monk, sending him flying. Another elder screams as a massive blade slams down in front of him. It's not a duel, it's a demolition project with a human face. Someone shouts to stop him, but Mujin just throws a heavy iron weight onto a kneeling man. The impact is less martial arts move and more industrial accident. His eyes narrow, intense and cold. A figure is struck with immense force, head snapping back. The impact craters the wall behind him, dust and debris falling. An elder panics, realizing the beard he was admiring is fake. Mujin smiles confidently, the kind of smile that says, "I knew, and I enjoyed watching you realize it." Silhouettes shout about guts and swindling. Mujin grins menacingly, eyes glowing red again, surrounded by red energy. His expression shows open, eager anticipation. He threatens to cut off limbs and manhood, then adds that he'll charge for useless remains. The elder begs for mercy, realizing his life is the only currency that matters now. Mujin mocks him for getting conned so badly. The figures bow deeply in submission, tongues hanging out in exhaustion. It's the universal sign for, "Please don't kill me, I'm already dead inside." Mujin turns his back on his subordinates, telling them to stay home and not cause trouble. Musok bows deeply, yelling, "Yes, sir," with force, grateful for the reprieve. He stands with his back to the viewer, massive sword strapped on, long black hair flowing. He faces a middle-aged man in a town square, the wind rising around them, carrying dust and tension. He observes a luxurious four-horse carriage, noting a lavish interior decor. He assesses the asset value, calculating worth. The carriage is inventory to be liquidated. He tells the driver to wake him when they arrive, then lies down to sleep. He closes his eyes, calm and collected, because he knows the next part of the journey won't require his conscious attention. Young-Soo steps out of the carriage. In the forest, Cho-mok waits, bald head gleaming, thick beard framing a heavy, brutal face. Cho-mok grits his teeth in frustration. He looms over Mujin, who is lying on the ground, red X marking on his chest blowing. It looks bad, until you remember who's lying there. Mujin strikes, knocking the muscular man back. A metallic coil constricts his neck, pinning him against the wall. The pressure crushes. His face shows no fear, only irritation. He drives his massive iron sword through Chae-ho-muk's chest. Chae-ho-muk screams, the blow launching him across the room. The sword punches clean through. Chae-ho-muk is knocked backward, flying through the air. He reaches forward with a menacing expression, enveloped in purple energy. But it's too little, too late. The boss fight ended before the health bar appeared. Mujin lunges forward, surrounded by explosive white and red light. He grins with glowing red eyes, demonic aura swirling around him, and says, "Let's see what you've got." The divine demon has landed. The tea house gossip mill is running hot, and the consensus is that someone just dropped from the sky like a meteor, made of bad decisions. Our boy stands there radiating enough red aura to power a small city, looking at his opponents with the casual interest of a man checking his grocery list. The Zhongshan 4 demons arrive, 4 men in outdated clothing. Mujin takes one look at their demonic energy and decides it's less terrifying ancient power and more aesthetic choice with poor hygiene standards. He swings the 100-kilogram iron sword one-handed. The impact connects. Cho-mok flies backward and hits the ground. The other brothers watch in horror as their leader tries to block a strike that carries more kinetic energy than their entire life savings combined. Mujin smiles. He advances on the 4 demons. He dismisses their demonic arts as nothing special, then proceeds to knock Cho-mok backward with such force that gravity files a formal complaint. Dong-jok and the youngest recruit move to intercept. Mujin slips past them. His strikes land, ribs break. Both men fall. The giant recruit takes a glancing blow. The force spins him. His gold earrings tear loose as he falls. Mujin stands over the fallen 4 demons. He considers whether to kill them or let them live. Chae-ho-muk recognizes the gap in their strength. He kneels in submission. Mujin dismisses their demonic energy as ridiculous, an insult that carries weight in murim circles. The 4 brothers pledge loyalty on the spot, because nothing builds team spirit quite like getting beaten into unconsciousness by a guy with a ponytail. They travel together now, with Mujin asking why they keep stopping. unaware that he has accidentally assembled the most dysfunctional hours department in Sichuan. He questions their use of the title boss. They beg him to accept them. Fear has replaced loyalty as their motive. Word spreads through Xiao Chang about the young master who trounced professional assassins, earning him the title the Sleeping Dragon of Xiao Chang. The carriage arrives at the estate gates, and the air suddenly gets heavy enough to crush a lung. This isn't a social call, it's an inspection by someone who remembers when this clan actually mattered. The local guards are sweating through their robes because they know exactly who just stepped out of that vehicle. Mujin doesn't flinch, he just walks forward like he owns the pavement beneath his feet. Bai Sojin steps up with a sword at his hip and a question on his lips, trying to figure out if this is a trap. Mujin cuts him off with a single word that carries more weight than any threat could. Mujin sighs because he knows what comes next, another political headache disguised as a diplomatic meeting. His eyes go cold, a stare that makes grown men reconsider their positions. Sojin accuses him of running with demonic users, which is technically true but misses the point entirely. The four brothers stand behind Mujin, radiating hostile energy. Sojin sneers at the idea of losing to such scum, completely unaware that he is currently standing in the blast zone of a man who used to eat sect leaders for breakfast. Yongsu looks like he wants to vanish into the floorboards. Mujin tells his brothers to stand down because he prefers to handle insults personally. He leaps into the air with the grace of a predator who has already decided how this ends. He blocks the strike with his massive iron sword and swings back with zero hesitation. The blue energy trail says everything about his current mood, absolutely done with this nonsense. He critiques Sojin's sword style mid-fight, noting the lack of strength. Then he strikes. One blow floors Sojin and shatters his confidence. Sojin goes flying backward as Mujin unleashes a burst of energy that clears the courtyard. It's not just power, it's a statement that says, "Try me again and see what happens." Mujin declares it over before Sojin even hits the ground, swinging his sword down with finality. The debris flies everywhere, but the message lands harder than the steel ever could. Sojin is blasted across the room, crashing into the wall with a dignity-shattering thud. Mujin stands there, back turned, looking like he just finished swatting a particularly annoying fly. When Sojin mentions his grandfather crying in his grave, Mujin's eyes glow red with genuine malice. He promises to make sure the old man hears the screams from right beside him, and you believe him. The demonic aura swirls around him as he grins like a shark that just smelled blood in the water. The laugh that echoes across the sky isn't happy, it's the sound of a door closing forever. The town below feels the impact, unaware that the sleeping dragon of Sichuan just spread its wings and burned the bridge behind it. The Rising Dragon Festival begins. While everyone else watches the tournament brackets, the protagonist is in a storage room taking inventory of the clan's assets. Yongsu, the fake Taoist, thought he'd outsmart the guy who killed 30 men with chopsticks. He did not. Mujin smiles like a man who has just found the receipt. He walks out of the treasure room. The gold crates behind him are already being loaded onto transport. He holds up one finger like a professor about to explain something profound. What he's about to explain is that the Chohonghua Merchant Group's monopoly just got audited. The looting crew works efficiently. One merchant heir with a high ponytail orders them to leave nothing behind. Mujin has already taken everything of value from the room. Mujin pauses, stares at a folding screen, and asks Yongsu if it's just his imagination. It is not his imagination. That screen is a Jung So-Sam artifact worth at least 90 gold. He offers the screen to the elder, but before the old man can refuse, a muffled scream comes from off-panel. This greedy brat! It's the sound of a man who just realized Mujin's generosity is a tax. Mujin gestures toward a carriage loaded with gold and tells an attendant to load it up. The attendant bows deeply. "Okay, let's move out," he shouts with the enthusiasm of a man who just won the lottery and also caused the lottery to file a police report. The carriage speeds away. One merchant screams, "You've robbed me enough already." Mujin has not finished. He is continuing his operation. The fake Taoist collapses in tears, asking the heavens why they are so merciless. Sir, the heavens didn't do this. A 23-year-old with a 100-kilogram sword did. We cut back to the Flamewa clan estate. It's looking less like a ruin and more like a headquarters. The renovations are coming along nicely, mostly because the financing just got restructured. Masok asks Mujin if he killed anyone for the gold. Mujin assures him he did not. The money came without a body count, and he would rather keep it that way. A cloaked associate turns to Masok and asks how old the people over there look. Masok gives his assessment. He is a loyal subordinate. Masok nervously says he'll tell the others that they'd like that. Mujin smirks. Mujin has placed himself in a position of leverage over them. Someone pleads with Mujin not to hit these people. Mujin says nothing. His expression says, "I'll decide who gets hit and when." This is standard operating procedure at this point. The young master has arrived, announces a servant. Mujin walks in with the deadpan of someone who has done this before and will do it again because the paperwork never ends. An unseen speaker introduces the 3 merchant group leaders who supported the clan. This is the political piece. Mujin is about to turn creditors into allies. Pongquano, the Punyang merchant leader, looks stern. He's been squeezed by the Chayongwa merchant group and doesn't know if this young clan head can help. He's about to find out. Dong Wenyo and Huang Yeshong laugh and greet Mujin warmly. He returns the greeting with a formal bow that looks polite but reads as "I know exactly how much you're owed." Chief Steward Du gestures nervously as the conversation turns to repayment. The elders are worried because they know the numbers. Mujin is calm because he knows the numbers and the loopholes. A bearded merchant leader congratulates Mujin on awakening. Mujin responds with the coldest "thank you" in Sichuan history, then immediately asks for the total debt figure. Quan Yo Chong states the debt, 3,200 yang for golden finance manor. Mujin's eye goes sharp. He does the math in his head and comes to a conclusion. The Chonghua merchant group is going to pay for this, one way or another. The merchants explain that the Chonghua group even stole their branch managers. "We no longer have the strength to endure," says one, his hands trembling over a teacup. The protagonist enters. Mujin, with the politeness of a man who has already filed the paperwork, says, "We are deeply grateful for your generosity." Translation: "I'm going to fix this, and when I do, you'll remember I said please." He slams his hand on the floor and declares, "I will repay everything." The room goes quiet. This is not a promise. It's a spoiler for the next several chapters. He looks up with glowing red eyes, and the merchants realize that the awakened young master possesses power beyond what they expected. The rest of the conversation will proceed on his terms. Chapter 17 opens with Mujin repeating his declaration, "I will repay everything," but now his eyes are literally glowing. The merchant leaders have gone from curious to terrified in the span of a single breath. Steward Du loses it when he hears the plan. "Do you even know who's backing those bastards? It's the Kong Tong sect, one of the strongest in the entire murim." He's sweating. Mujin is not. Mujin's response, "Oh, so those old coots are backing them." He says it like he just found out the neighbor's dog has been digging in his garden. The elders nearly faint. He takes a sip of tea and says, "As I thought, a sleeping dragon has truly awakened." He's talking about himself in the third person, but he's earned it. The tea didn't complain. The elder shouts, "Young Master Mujin," in a warning tone. Mujin sighs, "Good grief, you haven't stopped nagging since earlier." The elder is trying to restrain him. He shrugs and says, "Well, we'll see how it goes. This is the man who has already decided it will go exactly as he planned. He's just being polite about the foregone conclusion." Mujin introduces new warriors to the clan. The elders' expressions show shock. These are not normal fighters. These are the 4 demon brothers. Cho Muk, the eldest, bows and says, "Please look after us," with the sincerity of a man who was beaten into submission and has decided this is actually a pretty good job. "Here's something even more surprising," Mujin says, giving a thumbs up. The elders appear distressed. Mujin continues with his announcement. Several guards physically restrain Cho Muk from doing whatever he was about to do. The scene is chaos. Mujin watches like a man who planned this chaos and is now enjoying the show. One of the elders shouts, "Young Master Mujin, do you not know the fearsome reputation of the Zhongshan's 4 demons?" He listens, then he ignores the question entirely. Mujin lays down the law. If I approve, they stay. If I don't, they're kicked out. Simple, clear, no appeals process. The 4 demon brothers suddenly look very cooperative. Someone shouts in shock, "Zhang So-san." Mujin casually explains that the folding screen is worth at least 90 gold, even at a discount. The room has a collective aneurysm. Hua Dojin and Hua Soyan stand side by side, looking serious. They're not in the line of fire yet, but they're watching, they're learning. The next generation is taking notes. Mujin crosses his arms and announces, "Starting today, we begin special physical training." This is not a suggestion. The training will involve heavy sacks, duck walks, and exhaustion. The hero panel, a man stands beside a massive tied-up sack. Mujin waits with his arms crossed. This is the training equipment. It weighs more than his fighters can currently lift. Dojin asks why their sack looks so small, maybe 15 kilograms. One of the 4 demon brothers laughs nervously and says this sack would need 2 men to lift together. The gap in expectations is the point. Mujin glares with glowing red eyes and makes it clear they will train until they can lift it, or they will spar with him. The choice is between 2 forms of punishment. Cholmok hoists a sack onto his shoulders with a grunt. The sack is bigger than he is. He's a demon arts practitioner who has seen battle, and now he's a pack mule for a 23-year-old. Mujin asks, "4 demons, are you playing around?" The brothers freeze. The panel catches their shock. They were not playing, they were exerting themselves to the point of collapse. The extreme close-up of Mujin's glowing red eye. "If you don't want to, then spar with me." That's the threat equivalent of "you can pay the fine or take the test." Nobody takes the test. The training ground becomes a scene of men carrying sacks that weigh more than their dignity. Sho Mook shouts, "If you decide to lift it, you can lift it." This philosophy applies to both sacks and merchant guilds. Mujin laughs, "Good, now start sitting and standing. 200 repetitions. The training montage is complete. The Rising Dragon Festival may be happening elsewhere, but here in this courtyard, his fighters are being forged through repetition." Cho Mook screams at the trainees to push faster. He has already trained them all day. The giant recruit is carrying a sack that weighs more than his self-esteem, while Mujin stands there with the casual cruelty of a personal trainer who knows you're not quitting until you pass out or die. Jeolmuk is having an existential crisis about why his muscles are burning, which is a valid question when your boss treats gravity like a suggestion and pain like a motivational poster. Dojin and Soyan carry heavy sacks. Jeolmuk threatens to kill anyone who complains. Mujin observes their poor stamina. He orders them to remain bound to the rice sacks until he permits otherwise. He smiles. He warns that anyone who unties their sack will die. For a second, the rage drops, and he steadies himself, reminded that the monster he is becoming is the price of keeping his younger siblings safe, before Kale Mook screams for his mother. A servant asks if he wants bathwater, and he walks away without answering, because admitting he needs comfort would break the illusion that he is made of iron and spite rather than bone and memory. Later, the clan eats in silence, carrying their sacks even at the table, because Mujin has decided that digestion is secondary to conditioning and that hunger is just another muscle to be trained. The 4 demon brothers whisper among themselves. They acknowledge this training exceeds anything their previous master required. Then comes the duck walk. Mujin shouts "Quack!" and the most feared warriors in Sichuan waddle across the courtyard like disgraced poultry, while elders watch in horror at the degradation of martial dignity. Mujin watches the kids keeping up better than expected, and for the first time, he smirks not with cruelty but with pride, because they are surviving the hell he built for them without breaking. The training shifts to the river. The current can crush bones. Mujin stands on the bank and watches them fight the water. Soyeon sees the waterfall and gets excited, forgetting for a second that this is a death trap, while Dojin worries that her speech has changed from fearful to fierce, which is exactly the point. Mujin leaps into the rapids ahead of the others. He demonstrates that the crossing is possible. The youngest recruit and Sho Mook debate whether jumping is suicide or survival, concluding that staying here is worse, because Mujin's patience has a shorter fuse than their ability to swim upstream. Soyhan jumps first. Dojin follows. The Yomwa clan name is on the line. Mujin swims against the current tied to a barrel, screaming in agony as the water tries to drown him, because Donggong cultivation doesn't care if you're tired, it only cares if you're moving. He tells himself he can survive this. The divine demon did not conquer the world by surrendering, neither will Hua Mujin. He sinks into the deep blue, tied to a stone, letting the pressure crush him until he breaks or becomes something stronger, because whatever he's forging down here in the dark isn't born, it's earned. A figure climbs a cliff with the casual grace of someone who has already decided gravity is optional. The pack on their back suggests they are carrying more than just supplies, probably the entire weight of this clan's future. But before we get to the summit, let us rewind to why the youngest is soaked and battered. One moment the group is calm, the next Dojin is being swept away by a torrent of water and red energy effects. The river does not care about anyone's cultivation level. It sweeps Dojin away while the others scramble along the bank, because nothing says family bonding like watching your little brother get dragged underwater by a current that has clearly taken personal offense. Enter one of the 4 demon brothers, lunging into the fray with a barrel on his back and a grin that suggests he enjoys drowning slightly less than everyone else. He grabs Dojin because apparently fishing the clan head's little brother out of a river is part of the job description now. Dojin flails, unable to help himself. The brother shouts at him to inhale and grip his arm. Dojin grabs on. The brother pulls him up. The result is less graceful rescue and more violent ejection from the water. Dojin lands on the cliff edge with all the poise of a cat that has just decided it is done with swimming, while the rest of the party looks on in varying states of shock and admiration. Dojin thanks his rescuer between coughs. Mujin arrives on the bank bone dry. His face is strained. He looks like he would have preferred the family avoid the water entirely. He checks on Dojin, ensuring the boy is unhurt. He stares into the middle distance with his usual deadpan expression. He has survived the river. He is already bracing for what comes next. He declares that they cannot remain children forever and that he will stay with them to the end. Dojin responds with equal determination. He accepts the hardship. He commits to seeing this through. Back on dry land, Elder Zhou Huanbon discusses matters with Steward Du, while someone grips a rock wall with desperate intensity, struggling to hold on. The mountain remains indifferent to their politics. Training resumes. Men scale a cliff face with weighted training sacks roped to their backs. Mujin shouts that falling means they will not even be able to gather their bones. The training pushes past their limits. Dongjok watches in horror, convinced that Mujin has finally lost his mind, which, to be fair, is a reasonable conclusion when your boss treats gravity like a suggestion and pain like a minor inconvenience. A green energy blast erupts because subtlety is dead. Men scream as sacks slam into them, impacts landing with brutal force. The giant recruit grits his teeth, questioning what he signed up for. Another man begs for mercy. The training does not stop. The sacks keep coming. A middle-aged man pleads for his life, sweating profusely, while the giant recruit curses under his breath. The training is working, mostly because everyone is too terrified to quit. This is how you build a loyal army, through fear and heavy rocks. The act opens on a trainee lashed to a heap of weighted sacks, looking less like a warrior and more like a man losing an argument with gravity. He asks if anyone thinks he enjoys this, the universal cry of every recruit who just wanted a quiet Tuesday. He admits he wanted to quit being a warrior years ago, a confession that carries genuine emotional weight. The ropes are tight and his fear is palpable, but he speaks the truth plainly. The giant recruit, with the gold earrings and the attitude problems, smugly asks if he was afraid of being beaten to death for speaking up. The youngest recruit narrows his eyes and threatens murder, because subtlety is clearly not in the family budget. The top-knotted man tries to mediate, asking if anyone is even listening, while another figure looks down in exhausted silence. One man yells instructions, one man suffers through the training, and the others stand by in weary resignation. A giant recruit bellows at someone for not running. Dojin strains under his training sack and gasps that they'll have to stake their lives on it. Dojin keeps moving, loaded sack still on his back. Guards go flying across the room, crashing into bundles with the grace of discarded laundry. The impact sounds like a drum solo gone wrong, and suddenly the hallway is less of a corridor and more of a bowling alley for human projectiles. The four demon brothers march forward carrying massive sacks, looking like a moving storage unit with anger issues. Soyeon, completely done with the cardio, asks Elder Joe to carry her, proving that even in a martial arts epic, some people just want a piggyback ride. A middle-aged onlooker looks startled, while Mujin calls out to Soyeon with genuine anxiety, his cold mask cracking for once over a child. The clan head's visible panic unsettles those watching. Dojin and Soyeon watch with intense sweating focus, while a young woman gasps in shock. Two figures slide backward across the ground, pushed by force, and the scene reads as both defeat and deliberate withdrawal. A young boy asks if the rope-bound figures are death row prisoners, which is a fair question, given the aesthetic. They're not, they're three recruits sprinting under massive weighted training sacks, while a voice declares that no one gets left behind, turning a brutal conditioning drill into a bizarre team-building exercise. A man hauls himself up a rope, head thrown back with the strain of a pull-up drill. The giant recruit stands nearby, weighted sack roped to his back, still looking solemn. He holds his position with the composure of someone certain in his stance. A figure moves with blurring speed, followed by a fist striking with rage. Chel Mook, the bald brother, shouts that if you do not want to live as a warrior, then do not start, delivering the harshest hour's feedback in murim history. Sacks move with violent momentum, while Chel Mook strains under the weight of a giant bundle, grunting with effort. The sheer physicality of this training suggests that the Yeomhwa clan does not believe in light weights or easy days. A fist punches forward with explosive force, shocking Mujin, who watches with wide eyes. Cho Mook and the giant recruit stand by barrels, discussing the situation now that the initial chaos has settled into a manageable level of despair. The giant recruit yells at his brother for ignoring reality, while an unseen voice asks if they really think they can become strong this way. A bound figure trembles on the floor, encapsulating the entire emotional journey of this training arc in one shivering frame. Cholmook states that acceptance differs from person to person, while the giant recruit looks on with tense suspicion. The brothers march forward with heavy sacks, the rhythmic thumping of their steps serving as the soundtrack to their collective suffering. A muscular man struggles against ropes, sparks flying as he pushes his limits. Mujin walks calmly through the courtyard, carrying his own bundle, while the youngest recruit complains about who would be there at this hour. No one has had rest. The giant recruit leans against a bundle, watching with a sharp gaze, while a silhouette leaps through the air in the background. Someone asks what that is. Sudden acrobatics in the training yard signal, either a master's arrival or an intruder. Mujin's eye glows with menacing red energy, the aura swirling around him like a storm warning. He lunges forward with a powerful strike, his foot slamming onto the floor with enough force to crack the foundation of the building itself. A voice cries out, "Young master," in pure shock, because watching your boss turn into a glowing red-eyed demon is not part of the standard employee handbook. The divine demon has fully woken up, and everyone else is just trying not to get burned. A hand grips a rope with the casual confidence of someone who has already decided your fate. The tension in that grip isn't physical. It is the quiet promise of a very long, very painful afternoon. The giant recruit looks confused, which is fair because the man standing before him just shifted from bored landlord to apex predator without moving a muscle. That red eye glow isn't a special effect. It is the system warning you that you have aggroed the final boss. The floor tiles shatter under a single step, and Mujin lunges with a speed that makes the air itself complain. The giant recruit screams his name in pure panic, realizing too late that this sparring session was never optional. A blinding white light erupts, drowning out the courtyard in pure kinetic energy. Mujin's eyes widen. He realizes his opponent is actually trying to survive this encounter. He leaps, swinging that massive iron sword one-handed. The giant recruit watches. Despite their similar age, the gap in raw power is a canyon. Mujin doesn't even blink. He simply accepts the challenge with a cold, deadpan ok that carries more threat than any shouted ultimatum. The blue aura around him isn't just energy. It is the visual representation of your bad decisions catching up to you. The strike lands in a blur. The giant recruit questions martial talent itself. He wonders if this is genius or if he walked into a madman's trap. The giant recruit is thrown backward, crashing into the ground. Mujin watches him fall. The other brothers look on in stunned silence. The scene shifts to a quieter moment, where Mujin stands calmly over his defeated opponent. A voice protests that they weren't watching on purpose, which is the universal lie of everyone who has ever been caught staring at a train wreck. Mujin stands there, sword in hand, looking entirely unimpressed by the display of violence he just authored. The rope snaps, the sack crashes, and the training begins in earnest, because mercy is for people who have time to waste. He leaps through the air, swinging that 100-kilogram slab of iron as an extension of his own arm. The giant recruit stares, stern and shocked. This man does not fight. He imposes his will. Mujin commands him to come forward, and the resulting impact sends a shockwave through the courtyard. The explosion of debris is not an accident. It is the punctuation mark at the end of a sentence nobody asked to hear. The blade strikes, slices, and erupts with enough force to send a pillar of energy into the sky. It is a display of power so excessive it loops back around to being efficient, because why use two moves when one will destroy the landscape? Mujin clashes with a cloaked figure, their weapons meeting in a burst of white light. The giant recruit grins menacingly, enjoying the chaos, while Mujin remains utterly calm, his eyes sharp and focused on the task of dismantling his opponent. The stare-down breaks. Mujin reacts to a sudden movement. The giant recruit strikes again, fueled by rage, desperate to prove he exists. The result is failure. Mujin delivers a blow that creates a brilliant flash of white light, ending the exchange instantly. He looks disappointed, noting that he knew it wouldn't work, but still felt compelled to try. It is the sigh of a teacher who has seen this mistake before. The giant recruit panics, screaming that his sword is broken, which is a bold claim considering he hasn't even drawn it yet. He lunges forward in a desperate attempt to salvage his dignity, surrounded by a swirling purple aura of pure anxiety. Mujin watches the red energy flash above him with zero concern. The clash intensifies, culminating in a powerful impact that shakes the very ground beneath them. It is violent, it is loud, and it is entirely one-sided. Mujin lets out a dismissive huff, telling the giant recruit that he is finally somewhat usable. He swings his massive sword in a powerful arc, noting that while progress has been made, the journey is far from over. Confidence, meet reality. An unnamed figure asks if he isn't too focused on looking straight ahead. The giant recruit screams in terror. Mujin looms behind him, his red eye glowing. The shockwave blasts him backward into the sky. A leg kicks forcefully, creating a bright impact flash, while another foot slides across the ground with sharp friction. Mujin blocks a powerful downward strike with his blade, creating a massive crescent-shaped shockwave that dominates the courtyard. A figure lands heavily, creating another shockwave, while the giant recruit grits his teeth in frustration. Mujin smiles confidently, letting out a soft breath as he prepares for the next phase. The training is not done. It has only just begun. His fist clenches around a metallic object, determination etched into every line of his face. The giant recruit smirks, looking over his shoulder with a confidence that feels earned, while two dark-robed figures stand at a distance, promising to rest well. The giant recruit grips his sword hilt, shocked by what he sees. Mujin looks upward, focused and intense, while a young man struggles on a training bar. Mujin watches with arms crossed, the epitome of a strict instructor who does not accept excuses. Men in dark uniforms punch sandbags in a rhythmic, brutal routine. The giant recruit delivers a powerful kick, form perfect. Another figure breathes heavily, exhausted by the regimen's intensity. This is survival. More figures pant and strain, their faces flushed with effort. The giant recruit pants heavily, his aggressive expression barely masking his exhaustion. The air is thick with the sound of heavy breathing and the smell of sweat. Two men observe the scene with bewilderment, noting that the trainees are doing this with rice sacks wedged between their legs. More recruits stagger across the plaza under massive weighted bundles, one of them gasping for air. The whole clan is in the meat grinder now. Dong Jae-ok carries a heavy load, his face strained, while the giant recruit leans against a sack, looking stern. Dong Jae-ok breathes heavily, distressed by the weight, but he does not stop. The burden is heavy, but the expectation is heavier. Mujin smirks, confident in his methods. He stands with hands on hips, watching as laborers carry sacks toward him across the sandy plain. He is the anchor, the center of gravity around which this chaotic new clan revolves. A woman smiles, amused by the spectacle. Two muscular men are tied to a wooden structure, told they will do this training every summer and winter. The wooden pillar stands alone under the bright sky, a silent witness to their suffering. Soyeon and Dojin stand side by side, determined and serious in their red robes. Mujin looks at them with a confident smile, knowing they are ready. In the rain, three figures stand in formation, including Mujin in his mask, ready for whatever comes next. Captured men stand bound in thick ropes, immobilized and helpless. A hand grips a cylindrical object tightly, and then Mujin grins, a menacing red aura-filled expression that promises no mercy. The treasure is not just an object, it is a weapon. Mujin stands poised with his massive iron sword enveloped in a swirling red aura. Cho Mok and another brother carry massive bundles, their forms strong and steady. Three men stand in formation in the courtyard, united in purpose and discipline. A bald man swings a polearm, creating a shockwave of orange energy. A bearded man in a cloak speaks of arduous time becoming experience. The four brothers stand in a disciplined row, stern and ready, their training complete. Soyeon and Dojin bow respectfully, their hands pressed together. The pavilion lights up Shichong, a shimmering arc across the sky. The massive red pagoda stands tall, a symbol of the clan's rising power and renewed prestige. Mujin shouts with determination, his ponytail flying. A muscular man punches a younger man, who takes the blow with gritted teeth. An unnamed figure praises the young master, acknowledging the progress made through blood and sweat. Elder Jo Hanbong notes that Dojin has regained his old self, relieved. Mujin lunges forward, determined and focused. The elder observes that Mujin has stabilized the clan. Things are going well, and the madness seems to have faded. The roof glows under warm light, sometimes flaring with residual madness. Mujin meditates in a cross-legged position, a vortex of blue energy swirling around him. He is centered, calm, and building power from within. Mujin looks forward with a cold, deadpan expression, surrounded by blue aura. His face is partially obscured by the glow, his eye intense and focused. He wonders if this is the fourth day, lost in the depth of his cultivation. A glowing pinkish-purple blade slices through the air, revealing that the folding screen was no ordinary artifact. The wall shakes under the impact, bathed in vivid magenta light. Mujin reacts to the sudden movement. The treasure finally unveiled. Decades before this tournament, the divine demon Jiang Chan stood over a bleeding boy named Tang Sumon and casually broke whatever confidence the Tang clan had left. That boy never forgot. That boy became the Poison Emperor. The Poison Emperor has arrived at a children's sparring tournament in Xichang. The crowd freezes. Jiang, the disciple who had mocked Mujin's table, now stands before him and does not speak. Mujin asks the old man about Tang Sumon, and the Poison Emperor smiles like someone who has finally found the right address. 4 of the 5 great clans sat out the war against the divine demon, partly because there was no good reason to join, and partly because Zheng Chon had already filed their leadership into a shallow grave. The Poison Emperor looks at Mujin and thinks the resemblance to his grandfather is uncanny. which means our protagonist is collecting powerful elderly fanboys faster than he can finish a meal. Nugent, meanwhile, just wants to know when the actual fighting starts because he is hot, bored, and already mentally scheduling Jiang's eye plucking. Two old masters arrive at the tournament grounds and invoke the name of Mujin's grandfather, the Flame Emperor, as a threat against him. Mujin stares back and says flatly that a huge storm is about to blow through Xichang, which is the most ominous weather forecast a martial arts protagonist has ever delivered at a children's tournament. But before we get to the storm, we need to talk about the furniture. The previous chapter ended with a fight inside a room full of decorative folding screens, and those screens did not survive the experience. Mujin stands in the wreckage, long black hair, deadpan expression, surrounded by the destruction he caused. He spots a small green vial on the ground, still glowing and leaking some foul-smelling gas, and his face contorts with disgust as he recognizes the folding screen was booby-trapped. Right next to it, he finds a wooden plaque, Mind-Severing Sword Art. Mujin immediately understands this is what the previous owners were working so hard to keep hidden, which means he is absolutely going to take it. He smirks, opens the manuscript, and his reaction is basically, mid. Compared to the techniques he invented in his past life, this thing is incomplete, but for the Flamewa clan, it's perfect. The energy properties conflict with his own movement-based style, so he reasons it suits the clan better than it suits him. And with that, he decides the mind-severing sword art is now the Flamehua clan's signature sword art. He reflects that having his energy core destroyed was fortunate, because perfect nothingness let him cultivate freely, and his eyes go red, and he declares this technique belongs to the clan. Past life aura serves as his signature. Cut to the fire shadow twin elders, Mongun and Gak, holding some brown tablet and looking like two guys who showed up to the wrong job interview, but are still going to commit to the bit. Mujin walks the manuscript over to Elder Zhou Wanbong and Dongji, who lose their minds over a high-level martial art being hidden inside furniture. Mujin tells them to copy it down if they want it, and announces he is going to sleep. Time passes. The Yomar clan warriors train with the mind-severing sword art and begin overwhelming opponents with ease. Their combat effectiveness has increased substantially. Dojin and Soyeon train with the same fierce confidence, and Mujin demonstrates the sword art by striking down multiple people at once. Shomuk in particular is used as a training dummy with repeated intensity. Mujin stands alone in the courtyard, sword on his back, smiling faintly as Soyeon charges at him screaming, "This is what a healthy family dynamic looks like in a murim household, apparently." Masok informs Mujin that today is the Little Dragon Ascension tournament, Xichang's biggest event, held once every 5 years, with a path to the Orthodox Murin tournament on the line. Mujin strikes his sparring partner with full force and lunges forward. He is furious the elders didn't tell him sooner, accusing them of trying to enjoy all the good shows by themselves, which, fair, is exactly what elderly martial arts officials would do. The Yomwa clan delegation arrives at the tournament grounds in Xichang. Mujin sits at a registration desk writing on a scroll, while Soyeon cheers, "Finally," and Dojin stands beside her with resigned familiarity. Chief Steward Jung Siyun of the Bake clan confronts young Bake Seyun, smugly noting the Yomwa clan skipped the last tournament. Dongji watches with the expression of a man already calculating how hard he can throw this guy. The elderly man with a glowing red eye taunts them about whether they can afford to eat after paying the entry fees. Dojin and Soyeon respond with matching fierce energy, while Mujin watches from a rooftop like a very judgmental gargoyle. Mujin wanders the town searching for the actual venue, lacking directions, and encounters a masked swordsman and a mysterious woman in a green cloak and conical hat. The woman approaches Mujin directly, and bystanders immediately notice something unusual about him, which, sane. The man is a former demon emperor in a 23-year-old body carrying a sword he bought on credit. Then Gak, white hair, glowing red eye, the polite kind of threatening, asks Mujin to tell them where the tournament is if he finds it first. Mujin stares back in cold silence because he does not take requests from people who look like they eat poison for breakfast. the bearded companion and the woman in the green cloak talk behind Mujin, one of them noting that Mujin's behavior is a total mess too. The woman wonders aloud if this chaotic man could be someone important. Grandpa is not giving her a straight answer yet. Which brings us back to the hero panel. Two elderly masters named Mujin as the grandson of the Flamehua clan's Hua Jute. And Mujin tells them a storm is coming through Sichuan. The kids stand behind him, looking ready to back up whatever nonsense he starts. Elder Joe clenches a bandaged fist glowing with orange flame energy, while Mongun stares him down. This is the first direct face-off with the Fire Shadow twin elders, and the ambient heat in Sichuan rises dramatically. Jung Tai laughs mockingly that young Master Mujin has recovered from his madness, and Elder Joe says he is really looking forward to seeing the red flame art again. The siblings are treating this like a comeback stage, and Mujin is the main performer. An elderly man seizes a wooden staff in a threatening gesture, and Mongon warns him to stop talking because his patience has limits. Mongon delivers a direct threat of lethal consequences. The chapter ends on a flashpoint. Some swordsman draws a glowing blade and dares his opponent to pull out their sword, while Mujin stands nearby in chibi-style confusion, wondering how he got surrounded by this much drama. Chapter 22 opens with the aftermath of the rooftop commotion. Zhang, the Beck clan steward, shouts that he will kill someone. An elderly man in green robes cuts in and tells Zhang that dressing well doesn't make a weak martial artist a master. Mujin asks why this old man keeps butting in, then shuts the argument down entirely, only for another older man to challenge him to prove his skills in the sparring ring. Mujin smirks and observes that there are always guys like Zhang everywhere. The elderly man in green robes studies him with the kind of thoughtful hum that says, "I have already decided something about you." The Yonhua group is escorted into the tournament grounds, up a grand staircase, across a sunlit courtyard toward a hall that looks way too fancy for a clan currently famous for debt and chopstick violence. Mujin reacts with surprise at the scale of the venue, because even a 70-year-old war criminal can be impressed by a nice courtyard. Servants have laid out an outdoor feast that looks like it cost more than the Yonhua clan's annual budget. Dojin and Soyeon stare at the spread of food. Mujin tells them not to overeat, since sparring could start any time, while the elderly man in green robes sits nearby watching them. Mujin inwardly plots revenge against Zhang, complete with eye-plucking fantasies, while the elderly man in green robes asks if he can join their table. His granddaughter Hia questions why he keeps hovering around the Yonhua group. Mujin tells everyone at the table to put the food down and not touch the tea or alcohol, then uses the frequency whispering technique to warn them privately not to eat until he has tasted it first. Hia smiles and pours the elderly man a drink, and he thanks her with a casual, "Thank you, Hia," which is a very normal grandfather move. Except this grandfather is one of the 4 strongest people in the Central Plains. Mujin and the Poison Emperor sit at the table together as the tournament formally begins. A lone figure in brown robes is levitated into the air at the center of the courtyard, and an announcer declares this event is held once every 5 years. The head of the Sea Clan of Sichuan proudly announces his title and welcomes everyone. Mujin's eye narrows with a red energy flare. He is using his heightened perception, and someone in the crowd reacts with a silent scream of shock. The Seal clan head recognizes the old man at Mujin's table and rushes over in panic. Then the revelation lands across the crowd. That is the Poison Emperor, Tang Suman, one of only 4 people in the entire Central Plains to hold the title of Emperor. Dojin and Soyeon watch in wide-eyed confusion as the venue erupts. Zhang, the man who insulted Mujin's table, is now sweating through every layer of clothing, realizing he talked trash to the Poison Emperor's lunch companion. Mujin casually asks the old man about Tang Sumun, and the Poison Emperor smiles and says it brings back memories. We get a flashback of a red and black cloaked figure standing over a kneeling young Tang Sumun, the divine demon, casually breaking the confidence of the Tang clan. Narration explains that 4 of the 5 great clans stayed out of the war against the divine demon, partly because there was no good justification and partly because Zhen Chon had already dealt with their leadership in advance. Mujin tells the Poison Emperor he is fine and asks when the sparring starts because he is hot and wants to get on with it. The Poison Emperor studies him and thinks the resemblance to Mujin's grandfather is uncanny. Two chibi children in red robes bow politely as the scene closes, because even former demon emperors need their younger siblings to look presentable at formal events. The Sok clan head recognizes the old man at Mujin's table and rushes over in full panic mode, because when one of the four emperors crashes your children's tournament, the correct response is definitely a brisk jog and visible regret. Then the revelation detonates across the courtyard. That unassuming old man in green robes is the Poison Emperor Tang Sumun, and the entire venue collectively forgets how to breathe. Dojin and Soyeon stand there in wide-eyed confusion, wondering why everyone just lost their minds over a grandfather who said thank you for tea 30 seconds ago. A black narration panel drops the law bomb. In the entire Central Plains, only 4 people have ever held the title of Emperor. The 4 are the Wudang Sword Emperor, the Shaolin Fist Emperor, the 4 Martial Heavens Whip Emperor, and the Tang Clan Poison Emperor, which means Mujin is currently sharing a lunch table with 25% of the world's scariest retirement community. The narration continues, deadpan, that one of those 4 emperors has appeared at a small children's sparring tournament in Xichang, and there was no way the venue wouldn't be thrown into an uproar. Zhang, the genius who spent the morning insulting Mujin's table, now sits frozen mid-bite, finally understanding that his mouth wrote checks his entire clan cannot cash. He stammers out the Poison Emperor's name with the kind of cold sweat that only comes from realizing you trash-talked a man who could probably depopulate your bloodline before dessert. Mujin, entirely unbothered by the mass hysteria, casually asks the old man about Tang Sumun like he's asking about the weather. The Poison Emperor smiles and says the name brings back memories, calling his younger self that brat from back then, which is a very normal way to refer to your own trauma, if your trauma is the divine demon. We flash back to a red and black cloaked figure standing over a kneeling young Tang Sumun in a rocky wasteland, and if you have been paying attention, you already know that cloaked figure is Mujin's previous life's default skin. The narration explains that 4 of the 5 great clans, excluding the Namgung clan, stayed out of the war against the divine demon. Their official reason was that there was no good justification for joining the war, and their unofficial reason was that Zheng Chon had already brutally dealt with their heads and main fighting forces in advance, which is the diplomatic way of saying he filed them under already handled. Young Tang Sumun kneels on the ground, clutching his arm in pain and distress after being struck by the divine demon. Back in the present, the Poison Emperor tells Mujin it brings back memories, and Mujin has no idea that the memory is literally him. Mujin brushes off any concern and asks when the sparring starts, because it is hot and he would like to get to the part of the day where someone gets punched. The Poison Emperor studies him and thinks that the more he looks, the more Mujin resembles his grandfather, the Flame Emperor, which is a beautiful misread, because the resemblance is actually one lifetime older than that. 2 children in red robes bow politely as the scene closes. The former demon emperor's siblings are present, and he has gained the allegiance of emperor-level figures. Chapter 23 opens on the tournament venue in Jicheng, a sprawling ancient city where someone is about to ask Mujin if he is also planning to participate. Mujin responds with genuine confusion. He was not informed of the participation option, and the clan's communication has failed. Meanwhile, Mujin has apparently decided to spend the intermissions serving skewers of meat and vegetables, because if the tournament does not start soon, he will simply become the catering department. Zhang, now fully transformed from smug antagonist to apology speedrunner, shouts that he sincerely apologizes for whatever happened earlier and did not know who he was dealing with. A hand slams a bowl onto the table hard enough to splash liquid everywhere. The Baker clan acts with open force. A smiling woman in traditional robes bows while holding a sword, which is the wuxia equivalent of saying, "I come in peace," while visibly armed. Our protagonist, a man with sharp features and red eyes, smirks with the confidence of someone who has already decided the tournament is his personal stage. Baeksa Hyun of the Baek clan formally announces the start of the Little Dragon Ascension tournament in the courtyard, and the political theater finally gets its opening curtain. Hua Soyeon, however, is already eating without concern for the ceremony around her, because she understands that a tournament cannot start until she has finished her snack. A sister woman with glowing red eyes and a wide smile declares that someone will become the first offering, and the Baek clan's plan to make an example of the Yeonhwa siblings becomes uncomfortably clear. Sion, the Baek clan's young fighter, rages at Soyeon after she defies him, and she responds by leaping forward with blue energy crackling around her and striking him hard enough that he actually groans. She follows up with a threat that his arms will not be the only thing broken. The threat is issued at a children's tournament. The fight erupts in full force. Soyeon dodges a powerful red energy punch from Soyeon, then trades blows in a rapid exchange that tears a massive red shockwave across the arena. Soyeon delivers a devastating kick to Sion's face, sends him reeling, and then floors him with a blue energy blast that has Dojin staring up from ringside in genuine shock. Sion gets back up with blood spraying from his face, screaming, "How dare you!" with the exact energy of someone who has never been humbled by a smaller opponent before. He escalates to lethal intent, screaming that he will really kill her. Red energy charge strikes turn a children's sparring match into attempted murder. Soyeon finds herself cornered with no room to dodge, while Soyeon's camp orders him to finish her and show no mercy. Elder Joe and Steward Do shout for her to get out of there, and Dojin screams in rage from the stands, surrounded by blue energy that says he is about to launch himself into the ring. Soyeon unleashes a high side kick with full force. The sinister figure closes in, and Mujin grits his teeth with intense focus. Everyone has reached the decisive moment at once. Sion screams as a fiery energy blast erupts. A punch connects, and the entire group is caught in a violent explosion. The fight between Sion and Sion reaches its destructive climax right as the act ends. This is the moment the entire tournament realizes the Yeonhwa clan did not come here to be a joke. Soyeon's foot connects with Sion's face. A blue energy blast drives him to the floor. Hwa Do-jin looks up from ringside, realizing his sister is a combatant. Baek Sehyeon of the Baek clan formally opens the Little Dragon Ascension tournament. Sehyeon is already eating. The Baek clan has plans. A woman with glowing red eyes and the smile of someone who definitely owns a knife collection announces that someone will become the first offering. Seon, their young fighter, rages at Soleon for speaking to him the wrong way, and she answers by leaping forward, crackling with blue energy, and striking him hard enough that he actually groans. Then she tells him this will not end with just his arms being broken, which is a very aggressive way to introduce yourself at a children's tournament. From the stands, Mujin quietly asks Elder Joe whether the Baek clan has always been this hostile. And Elder Joe confirms the bad blood runs deep. They clashed with the previous clan head, took in defectors, and grew fat while the Yeonhwa clan declined. The fight erupts. Soyeon dodges a red energy punch. They trade rapid blows. A massive red shockwave tears across the arena. Kick to the face. Blue blast to the floor. Jojin looks up as the energy descends toward him. Sion rises with blood spraying from his face. He screams, "How dare she!" He has not been humbled by a smaller opponent before. Soyeon grins, points at his bleeding nose, and observers note her basics were personally taught by Elder Joe Hwanbong, which is the closest thing this tournament has to a product placement for elder abuse. Sion's face reddens with fury. He screams. He will kill her. The children's sparring match becomes attempted murder. He charges with glowing red fists. A bloody sword blow sends someone flying nearby, and the arena starts looking less like a tournament and more like a war crime with seating. Soyeon dodges everything Sion throws. Sion screams, "What is with that brat?" and calls her a slippery loach. She smirks with absolute composure, while explosive impact panels show her hitting back hard. The audience is now watching a child bully a teenager who thought he was the protagonist. Then the trap closes. Soyeon finds herself cornered with nowhere left to dodge. Sion's camp screams to finish her and show no mercy. and Elder Joe and Steward Do shout for her to get out of there. Dojin screams in rage from the stands, surrounded by blue energy that says he is about to launch himself into the ring, while a blue blast slams into Soyeon's position from above. Soyeon unleashes a high side kick with full force. A sinister figure with glowing red eyes closes in, and Moojin grits his teeth in intense focus. Every party has reached the decisive moment at once. Sion screams as a fiery energy blast erupts. A punch connects, and the whole group is swallowed by a violent explosion. The fight between Soyeon and Sion reaches its destructive climax. Chapter 24 opens with a man screaming at the referee to throw the blue pouch. The match suspension signal fires into the sky, and Soyeon lands one last kick anyway, because rules are suggestions when you are this far ahead. The bloodied opponent laughs hysterically as her own wooden sword finally breaks mid-fight, and a shadowy figure comments that, like always, her mouth is the problem. Soyeon, still defiant, tells them to do whatever they want later, and bring all the warriors they want, while Moojin strains nearby and someone gasps what the hell is happening. Then Soyeon unleashes a powerful energy attack. A shadowy creature descends from the sky with a blue symbol, and an elderly elder stares in sweating shock as Soyeon is driven to the ground bleeding from the head. Moojin punches the air with a red energy-wreathed fist in celebration. An elderly man laughs heartily, and an angry elder demands to know why the referee did not stop Soyeon after the blue pouch was thrown. The act pivots. An elder sends Wadajin off to compete. Dojin departs with a wooden sword, and a figure in a distinctive hat reacts with a questioning sword. Sok Chuyong shouts and unleashes a powerful blowing fist strike, but Dojin dodges the incoming energy attack and counters. Then a blurred figure swings a glowing blue blade with enough force to create a wave of energy. A woman delivers a sweeping downward slash. Blue lightning bolt symbols fill the sky. Elders gasp. Spectators stare. Dojin's finishing technique manifests. The crowd erupts. Dojin won, and an elder remarks that he never thought the Flamehua clan had swordsmanship like that. Moojin smiles and explains that what Dojin displayed is not merely a sword technique with good efficiency, which is the kind of understatement that only makes sense from a man who invented half the martial arts in his last life. Then Moojin holds up a scroll and a thick book against the sky. Incredible energy pours out of the secret manual, and he announces that anyone who wants to learn the mind-severing sword art will experience remarkable growth in martial arts. Chief Steward Do shout for people to line up. A crowd forms to register, and onlookers burst out laughing that he is recruiting sect members in the middle of this event. An angry elder seethes at how that arrogant bastard dares to act this way, and adds that he would retaliate if only the Poison Emperor were not attending, which is the most honest thing a villain has said all day. The Poison Emperor looks on calmly, his mere presence preventing open retaliation, and the act ends with the clear understanding that Moojin did not just win a tournament, he turned it into a clan recruitment drive under Imperial protection. So there is our protagonist, holding a scroll and a thick book up against the sky like he is about to drop the most aggressive Kickstarter a martial arts clan has ever seen. The secret manual is glowing, energy is pouring out of it, and onlookers are realizing this is not a prize ceremony, this is a job fair with a legendary drop table. The act opens on Soyeon's match in its final seconds. Jang Seun of the Baek clan screams for the referee to throw the blue pouch. The match suspension signal fires into the sky. Soyeon lands one last kick before the stop takes effect. She unleashes a powerful energy attack. A shadowy technique descends from above, with a blue symbol, and an elderly elder stares in sweating shock as Seon is driven to the ground, bleeding from the head. Moojin punches the air with a red energy-wreathed fist in celebration. An elder laughs. An angry official demands to know why the referee did not stop Soyeon after the blue pouch was thrown. The Waklan side erupts in celebration. Soyeon walks off and sticks her tongue out at the Baek faction. Moojin beams with visible pride. Jang Seun of the Baek clan, meanwhile, is having the worst time at the victory party. He shouts that Moojin's behavior is tacky and begs him to preserve his dignity, which is a losing battle the moment Moojin discovered public relations. Soyam brags that she was already whooping Siam without even using the clan's secret art. An elder laughs like she just delivered a stand-up set, and the whole table is one loud family dinner where the only etiquette rule is winning. Observers note that amid all the commotion, the only thing anyone actually cared about was Hua Mujin and the Poison Emperor sitting at the same table. The tournament has become a background event for the real show. An elder sends Dojin off to compete. Dojin departs with a wooden sword. A man in a distinctive hat asks, "Sword?" Sok Chuyong shouts and throws a glowing fist strike. Dojin dodges the incoming energy attack and counters, and a blurred figure swings a glowing blue blade with enough force to create a wave of energy across the arena. A woman delivers a sweeping downward slash. Blue lightning bolt symbols dominate the sky. Elders gasp, "What was that just now?" Dojin's finishing technique releases a visible cold wave across Sichuan. The crowd erupts. Dojin won, and an elder admits he never thought the Flame Hua clan had swordsmanship like that. Mujin smiles and explains that what Dojin displayed is not merely a sword technique with good efficiency, which is the understatement of someone who invented half the martial arts in his previous life. And now we are back at the hero panel. Mujin holds up the mind-severing sword art manual. Incredible energy pours out of it, and he announces that anyone who joins the Flame Hua clan can learn it and experience remarkable growth in martial arts. This is not a tournament victory speech. This is a Series A funding round with a sword curriculum. An elder and a dark-haired figure shout for people to line up. A crowd forms to register. Onlookers laugh that he is recruiting sect members in the middle of the event. He confirms his reputation for erratic behavior. A rival elder seethes that the arrogant cur would already be dead if only the Poison Emperor were not attending, and the Poison Emperor just sits there calmly, his presence functioning as diplomatic immunity for the most shameless hours, stunt in Sichuan history. Here is the image the act once burned into your brain. A child whose hand has just been mangled in a children's tournament, asking his older brother to tie that ruined hand to a wooden sword so he can go back in and finish the job. The So clan steward points forward and announces they are putting Sok Yoso into the bracket, while Mongun and Gak lurk in the background, scheming about the power vacuum the Flame Hua clan left behind. The narration explains the Suk and Bek clans have been manipulating the Little Dragon Ascension tournament for years, and the visual is just two kids bonking each other with wooden swords while grown men decide their futures. Enter Sok Yoso, Dianskang sect, young master, wooden staff in hand, wearing a confident expression as he enters the arena. His first opponent points out the tournament only allows participants up to age 14, and Yoso insists he is 14 with the confidence of a man whose growth chart is definitely under audit. A hulking shadow with glowing red eyes looms behind the kid, because subtlety died before this arc began. Observers call the upcoming match a finals match in advance, which is tournament commentary for the bracket got rigged so hard the actual final is redundant. The Fire Shadow twin elders are ringside cheering for Hua Dojin with insincere enthusiasm, and the Sea Clan steward watches with patient expectation. Dojin, when asked if he wants revenge, basically says no, he wants to win. Yoso grins with glowing red eyes and declares he is going to make it, pointing forward like he is casting a death flag on someone else's behalf. Yoso opens with the 12 radiant sword strikes, a pink energy barrage that fills the arena, and Dojin is immediately forced onto the defensive, while observers identify the Dian Kong fast sword style as genuinely difficult to counter. Yoso taunts him that blocking will get his skull smashed, which is not how you talk to a child unless you are actively trying to become a flashback. The two trade red and pink energy blows across the courtyard. Yoso's camp screams for him to show the lowly bastards what real swordsmanship looks like, and Yoso grins while targeting Dojin's joints with the patience of a man who was told to cripple, not conquer. The exchange gets nastier. Pink blades, red counters, motion blur everywhere. And then Yoso lands the strike he was waiting for. A joint hit that drops Dojin with a scream and a spray of blood. Yoso announces he was waiting for exactly that opening because this entire fight was a trap disguised as a duel. Dojin goes down hard, and the tournament officials rush to respond to the injury. Mujin steps in, grabs the staff, and pulls Dojin out of the arena. He tells Dojin to show him the hand first, then resets the bone joints with practiced efficiency. Soyeon screams in terror, Dojin screams in pain. And then, mid-scream, Dojin asks Mujin to tie his injured hand to the wooden sword so he can return. This child has decided that losing is not on the schedule. Mujin looks at him, says all right, and straps the ruined hand to the sword. It is the most disturbing equipment upgrade in the series so far, and it is happening to a pre-teen in a public park. Yoso is visibly surprised. Dojin came back because he expected tears and begging. Dojin glares back in fury and asks what he just said, and the energy in the courtyard shifts from a mismatch to a grudge match. Yoso lunges laughing and announces that a new pair of crippled brothers is about to be born in Sichuan, which is the kind of line that makes the audience want to see him lose twice. Chapter 26 picks up with that same threat hanging in the air. A new pair of crippled brothers, born right here as ordered by whoever is running this bracket from the shadows. We flash back to the pre-fight briefing. Mujin asks Dojin if he wants to win, and a rival girl declares she has to take first place to restore her clan's honor, revealing the personal stakes driving each competitor in the bracket. Mujin's coaching is simple and terrifying. The instant Yoso executes a sword technique, Dojin is not to hesitate. The panel zooms in on a single determined eye, with the command, "At that moment, don't hesitate," and you can feel the trap spring loading. Yoso commits. Dojin charges in. The two clash with glowing red energy swords in the wide shot, and the finish is one clean window, one opening, one sark. Dojin lands the decisive strike. Yoso's eye goes wide with shock. The larger opponent falls, and Dojin lunges forward with the expression of someone who just proved a point he did not know he was allowed to make. Dojin stands there with wide shocked eyes and says, I did it, while Elder Joe, Steward Do, and Soyeon shout, "Good job," from the sidelines with genuine pride and relief. Yoso grabs his chest and snarls that Dojin is a filthy little insect for pointing a sword at him, and Dojin responds with, "Tatch! Was that too weak?" which is an absolutely unhinged comeback from a child with a bandaged hand tied to a stick. Yoso screams that Dojin is not leaving alive, but a red projectile smacks him in the eye mid-threat. He howls, "Who the hell threw this at my face?" And Mujin, the same Mujin who just coached a child through reconstructive combat, steps up and admits it was him. The scene cuts to a smug, long-haired man declaring he has already gained everything there is to gain and sees no need to go further, while an elder bows and says, "Yes, young master. Someone got what they wanted from this tournament, and it was not the children." Then the tone shifts hard. Two masked figures arrive with nameplates, Hong Jo Hang of the Sozal sect, the Dragon of Sichuan, and the Death Black Crow, whom Mongoon identifies as a dangerous killer who must be removed. Ju Sugang of the Crimson Sword sect follows, laughing that the moment his sect stepped in, things got interesting, openly signaling his intent to escalate the conflict at the tournament. Back at the clan estate, the courtyard is littered with broken wood and four very ugly brothers facing intruders. A blue-eyed man says, "Oh my bad," then immediately asks if a mere servant is raising his voice at him. Masok is on the ground being stepped on. The four demon brothers arrive at the ruined gate, find an intruder already pinned underfoot, and one of them laughs that the enemy did not gather warriors but clowns. It is the most accurate threat assessment in the episode. The brothers confront the intruders in force, noting that the uninvited guests do not seem to be bowing. A purple-eyed man asks what they are doing right now, and a cloaked figure with glowing red eyes raises a weapon. The situation is deteriorating rapidly. One intruder squints and says he feels like he has seen the brothers somewhere before, and Darklaw slowly recognizes them, because yes, these four ugly men have been memorable everywhere they have gone. Onlookers are staring in pure shock as a foot comes down on some poor fool's face, and standing over him are four menacing black-robed figures, one of them holding an axe while fiery symbols erupt behind them like the world's least subtle welcome mat. This is how the Yomwa clan home security system arrives when you forget to us bombardier. But before the Axe brothers got home, we were still at the tournament, where a voice announces that a new pair of crippled brothers is about to be born in Sichuan. Because nothing says children's martial arts competition like premeditated lifelong disability. The tournament opponent Yozo is finishing a threat, and Hua Dojin is about to make him regret every word. Mujin pulls Dojin aside for a pre-fight briefing. He asks the boy if he wants to win, then lays out the exact window to exploit. The moment Yoso commits to a sword technique, Dojin is not allowed to hesitate. This is not advice. This is a trigger condition. Yoso commits. A sword technique unleashes a glowing energy blast, and the panel zooms in on Dojin's eye with the command, "At that moment, don't hesitate." The trap springs. Two fighters clash with glowing red energy swords across the courtyard, and Dojin drives straight through the opening his brother mapped out. Dojin lands the decisive strike. Yoso, the bigger opponent, goes down hard. Dojin lunges forward with wide, shocked eyes and stammers, I did it! Elder Joe Huanbong, Steward Du, and Soyeon shout "good job" from the sidelines. The boy has won the bracket upset and completed a medical procedure in the same match. Yoso grabs his chest and snarls that Dojin is a filthy little insect for pointing a sword at him. Dojin responds with, "Hatch, was that too weak?" A line delivered after tying his own broken hand to a wooden sword. A red projectile smacks Yoso in the eye mid-threat, and he howls, "Who the hell threw this at my face?" Mujin steps up and admits it was him. He just forfeited the match by throwing his pouch at a child. On the surface, this looks like poor sportsmanship. Under the surface, it is even poorer sportsmanship, and that is why it works. Yoso is now publicly humiliated by a projectile wallet in front of every clan in Sichuan. The scene cuts away from the tournament to a smug, long-haired man declaring he has already gained everything there is to gain and sees no need to go further. An elder bows and says, "Yes, young master, someone got exactly what they wanted from this event, and it was not the children still bleeding in the courtyard." Back at the Yunhua estate, intruders have already entered. Two masked figures walk through the village with deliberate confidence. Nameplates drop. Hong Jiu-hang, Dragon of Xichang, Social Sect, a man with a smug face and an entitled bearing. Yu-hong, red hair and eye patch and absolutely no indoor voice, declares that the other arrival is a dangerous menace who must be killed. The Social Sect's death, Black Crow. Then Ju Sugong of the Crimson Sword Sect laughs that, of course, things got interesting the moment his sect stepped in. We have gone from a children's tournament to a multi-sect home invasion in one commercial break. The intruders have already breached the gate. A muscular man surveys the damage with contempt. Humph, what a gate! And a dark-haired man lunges in with aggression before bodies start slamming to the ground. These are seasoned attackers, and the estate is their target. The courtyard is littered with broken wood when the four demon brothers finally roll up. A blue-eyed intruder says, "Oh, my bad," then immediately asks if a mere servant is raising his voice at him right now. Masok is on the ground, being stepped on. The brothers watch this with the expression of men who just found their favorite toy broken by someone else's kid. A hand grips a shoulder with an audible impact. The four demon brothers arrive at the ruined gate, and one of them says they do not eat meat every day. Another says a woman looks like the second brother's type. One brother looks at the destroyed gate and asks, "The gate looks like this?" Then a foot comes down on an intruder's face, and the man groans. The brothers are not shocked. They are inventorying. This is customer service for people who did not read the return policy. The four demon brothers confront the intruders in force. One observes that the guests are not bowing. Another laughs that they did not gather warriors but clowns. A purple-eyed man asks what they are doing right now, and a cloaked figure raises a weapon. The situation is deteriorating beautifully. Then one intruder squints and says he feels like he has seen these four somewhere before. The intruders have seen the four demon brothers before from a distance. While losing, a cloaked figure with glowing red eyes raises his weapon anyway. The brothers move to engage. And now we are back at the hero panel. The foot on the face, the axe in hand, the fiery symbols. The four demon brothers have turned a home invasion into a curb-stomp seminar. Onlookers are asking what is going on, and the answer is that the Yomwa clan's hours department has arrived and they are not accepting walk-ins. A masked assailant strikes at a young man in traditional robes, but the real focus is Hua Mujin standing nearby with glowing red eyes and a smile that has ended factions. Yo Hung reacts with pain and surprise as the assault lands, not because he cares about the victim, but because he is realizing the raid is no longer viable. Yo Hong, the red-haired raider, is yelling now, not in command, in alarm. A man in red robes is wrenched upside down in agony while someone bellows Ju Sugong's name. The raid command structure is collapsing faster than a folding screen under a sword slash, and the intruders are starting to understand they are not the protagonists of this scene. A close-up catches a glowing red eye, asking, "That old man is?" And then a shadowy, imposing figure with glowing white eyes and ethereal blue energy steps out of the darkness. The Poison Emperor has clocked in. The dialogue nearby mentions raiding an orthodox sect, which is the kind of career goal you reconsider when the Poison Emperor is your receptionist. The Poison Emperor unleashes a torrent of green energy, filling the air with glowing kanji. Two witnesses strain and recoil, and Elder Joe with Dojin and Soyeon flinches as the killing intent erupts around them. The children are experiencing the full pressure of a top-tier martial artist's rage. A bystander screams that the killing intent is so terrifying, the ground itself feels like it is shaking. The panel formally introduces the old man, one of the strongest figures in the current murim, the Poison Emperor. This is a title earned through overwhelming power. This is a title earned through sect-destroying force. The raiders crumble. One is struck with immense force and thrown to the ground. Another stammers, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Poison Emperor, these men arrived as professional murderers and have been reduced to crying children in approximately 12 seconds. The Poison Emperor advances anyway, because mercy is a second-semester course. The raiders scream in terror as the Poison Emperor, eyes glowing green, tells them coldly, "So you truly wanted to test my martial prowess and the Tang clan? Fine. Today, I'll use your bones as a drinking snack. That is not a threat. That is a menu item." He has announced his intention to turn their skeletons into bar food, and he sounds relaxed about it. The old man glares forward with a stern expression. A man with a dark mark on his forehead screams in rage and fear. Then a heavy object slams down. A fiery symbol descends on the gathered martial artists, and a bright explosion fills the courtyard. The Poison Emperor is not negotiating. He is attacking. Several figures stand in the orange-hued arena as the explosion emanates from the center. A woman gasps with 4 exclamation points because regular punctuation cannot contain what she is witnessing. The Poison Emperor and Hia stand side by side indoors. While Mujin stands outside, surrounded by a red fiery aura, the two men are running parallel destruction tracks, and the intruders are standing on both rails. An extreme close-up on a narrowed eye tells us someone has made a decision. One of the 4 demon brothers laughs that intimidating those guys was so fun, he got carried away. Another shouts for Masok to hurry up and leave. The children are disappointed. They have to go. They wanted to watch more, which is either healthy desensitization or a long-term parenting red flag. The white-haired raider lunges with a furious punch. A hand grips bloody red cloth. A burst of intense red energy overwhelms him. He is staggered, bleeding, and now faces a man with 70 years of combat experience. Hua Mujin holds the furious white-haired raider and informs him that what they tried to steal is not something you can just find anywhere, then adds that standing by and allowing it makes him an accomplice. The Poison Emperor, grinning like a debt collector who just found a new client, demands a compensation payment of 10,000 yang. This is no longer a fight. This is an itemized invoice. The raiders balk. What kind of absurd extortion is that? And someone exclaims that a raider's subordinate is talking back to the eldest young master. Mujin, red-eyed and smug, watches as a warrior lunges forward in rage. Then Mujin casually raises the compensation figure to 20,000 yang after the subordinate is found guilty, because inflation is real and so is his pettiness. A kneeling man confesses he committed a sin worthy of death, claiming he followed orders. Mujin lunges forward and demands 20,000 yang. Yo Hong, The red-haired raider kneels in terror before a black-clad figure and cries out, "The terms are set, pay or die." Yo Hong screams his apology to warrior Hua, vowing this will never happen again. The same vow every defeated villain makes right before it happens again. Mujin's red energy strikes him down. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes prepares the finishing blow, and the courtyard fills with the red impact characters that mean you should have read the room. A dark figure is struck. Black particles fly. A man with his hair tied back looks up in surprise as shadowy tendrils lash out around him. Mujin stands with glowing red eyes, red energy still curling off him. The intruders have been eliminated. The figure walks across the tiled floor. A high-heeled shoe crushes a shadowy mass. Someone exclaims, "Yes, understood." The survivors have accepted the terms. The estate is quiet again. The folding screen remains intact. The Poison Emperor dismisses a kneeling subordinate with, "You have until tomorrow, get lost," while Haya watches silently from behind him. In the courtyard, an elder with a scroll oversees workers carrying lumber, and the clan proceeds with repairs. Mujin stands in red and orange robes observing teal energy explosions outside a building, while the Poison Emperor and Haya sit together for tea indoors. The old man remarks warmly that the tea aroma is especially deep today, because nothing improves the flavor of a beverage quite like turning two assassins into a cautionary tale first. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you become the Poison Emperor's grandson. The Poison Emperor dismisses the last kneeling survivor with a casual, "You have until tomorrow, get lost," which is the kind of exit interview that makes you update your resume in one language and your will in another. Haya watches in the background with the serene expression of someone whose grandfather just turned a home invasion into a tax write-off. While workers start carrying lumber like this was always a renovation day. Mujin stands on a balcony in red and orange robes, observing the teal afterglow of violence outside, while the estate pretends to be peaceful. And the narration quietly adds, "And that wasn't all." Inside, one of the four demon brothers is already holding a book and addressing the crowd, because nothing says, "We just survived an assassination attempt," like an immediate staff meeting with an axe-adjacent hours department. The Poison Emperor and Hia sit down for tea, and the old man smiles like he did not just threaten to use human bones as bar snacks, remarking that the tea aroma is especially deep today. Hia smiles with her eyes closed. Someone asks if the old man is not coming by too often, and the courtyard answers by looking suspiciously pleasant, which in this family is never a good sign. Figures walk down a long staircase, others slip across rooftops, and Mujin stands in the courtyard with his hands on his hips, already knowing that the next appointment has arrived. Two men carry a wooden beam. While an elder apologizes for the intrusion, Mujin stares forward with the patience of a man who has already killed the schedule, and a hand reaches for soup just before everything goes sideways. The white-haired raider of red erupts out of nowhere with glowing green spectral blades. He attacks again. Mujin counters with a blinding white energy blast from his fist. The white-haired raider cries out in shock, and Mujin's face says, "What?" with the polite confusion of a man who has already filed this under Tuesday. The fight widens as Mujin deflects green energy in close quarters. Someone screams, "Grandfather," in distress, and a young woman panics hard enough to start firing green blasts into the general concept of the problem. Green energy detonates across the courtyard. Warriors clash swords. A cloaked figure asks why the two of them are fighting. Jamuk charges in roaring. Mujin raises a clenched fist. Teal energy streaks outward. The Poison Emperor unleashes dark, smoky energy. He looks unimpressed. The guests are still arriving unannounced. A swordsman in dark robes with red and gold trim swings hard. The panel names the technique Nine Swords Third Form. A young man screams in terror at the heritage technique appearing in real time. A cloaked figure with glowing blue eyes swings a massive sword. The blast spreads across the palace cityscape. The waterway lights up with ethereal blue light. The palace overlooks the glowing water, the blast is still expanding, and the Korean sound effect in the original is doing the work of 3 orchestras. Our boy has officially upgraded from debtor to landscape redecorator. Mujin examines the situation and realizes the powder in the tea was not poison, it was something else entirely, while the Poison Emperor keeps throwing green energy around like a man who does not accept interruptions during his visit. The Poison Emperor mutters, "As I thought." Mujin stares at him with determination, then asks aloud, "Old man, you know this sword technique?" A hooded figure reacts with shock. Mujin smirks and calls the elder absurd, and the white-haired raider doubles over, clutching his stomach, while a hand pours tea in the background. Multitasking remains the clan's signature combat style. The elder sits with a cup and admits he never thought he would see that sword art again, but Mujin cuts him off with the smug courtesy of a man who has questions and no time for nostalgia. The scene flashes back to two young disciples in a field, a warrior raising a golden ornate sword, and a small boy being told to stand aside. This is not the raider's memory. This is the elder's, and it is older than the current piece. Two cloaked figures face off in a vast mountain landscape. A young boy and an older boy spy from behind boulders. The child whispers grandfather with fear and recognition. Back in the present, the two raiders clash swords again. Green energy erupts from the darkness. They press forward despite the previous exchange. The Poison Emperor lunges with a green strike. He unleashes a direct energy blast. He intends to end this confrontation now. An older swordsman deflects projectiles with blue energy. The white-haired raider strikes a younger man with visible rage. The courtyard becomes a battleground between four Emperor's-level combatants. The white-haired raider lunges again. Two figures clash in a forest flash of blue energy, and a warrior prepares a technique called Chi Destruction, which is less a move name and more a customer service policy at this point. An elder with hollow eyes conjures green energy. A figure stands amid swirling darkness. A blinding blue slash cuts through it all. The Chi Destruction strike lands. An elder glares, mutters, "Chach!" A scarred man screams in rage. The fight escalates. All combatants exchange blows and raw emotion. A woman watches from a distance as a figure unleashes a blue energy blast, and a young man murmurs, "Peerless, 9 swords." While a hand thrusts a glowing blade forward, the name is finally being spoken by someone who recognizes what it cost. A cloaked figure lunges. A demonic sword falls, embeds in the grass. The white-haired raider kneels, blood-stained, hands outstretched. A figure looms above him. The raider is defeated. No escape remains. The flashback returns. The child narrator says that after it happened, the only word he remembered was the one tied to that sword, and an elder sits indoors holding a cup, while a swordsman in red stands over two figures in green. Mujin tells the elder that the swordsman is not officially his master, for now, and the elder's scarred eye narrows at that pause, because everyone in this room knows, for now, is doing a lot of heavy lifting. The elder bows and apologizes again for attacking him. Mujin smirks and asks if he knows of the swordless mark, and here echoes the phrase while a helmeted figure muses about traces without a sword. The episode just pivoted from extortion to family archaeology, and nobody is leaving until we see the receipts. Mujin states he has no intention of marrying. He adds, "At least not in this life." The statement carries significant unspoken history. The Poison Emperor processes this about as gracefully as a grandfather who just had his entire succession plan thrown into a wood chipper. Someone in the room, operating on pure intimate brain, shouts that maybe Mujin is into men, and Mujin has to actively explain that no, that is not what this life meant. We have reached the "no actually" portion of the negotiation. Haya storms off with the dignified "umph" of a woman who has just been rejected by a man whose entire personality is unpaid debts and war crimes. The Poison Emperor, meanwhile, sits there like a man reading patch notes he does not approve of, muttering that Mujin simply has not opened his eyes to that side yet. He then threatens to bring the younger granddaughter next time, because apparently this family shops for sons-in-law the way the rest of us comparison shop graphics cards. The old man declares that he will not let Mujin slip away. The marriage proposal is a cover for recruitment. A large man with an eye patch watches from behind, and Haya departs. Mujin leaves the tea table meeting and enters the courtyard. He asks if everyone is gathered. 230 people have come for the Manhwa clan's warrior selection test. The number is unexpectedly large. Mujin addresses the crowd. He states he does not care why they came, tells them to devote themselves to the clan, and promises a reward for those who endure. The speech is blunt and demanding. Then he introduces the 4 martial arts instructors, and the camera gives us the full lineup of the 4 demon brothers standing against a bright sky like the world's least photogenic boy band. Cheo Mook, Donji, Jong Tai, and No Sak. The debut single is probably called We Will Make You Carry Rice. Cheo Mook steps up as senior instructor and immediately orders every recruit to carry a full sack of rice. The recruits look like they just realized the job description did not mention agriculture. This is the warm-up, by the way. The actual training has not started yet, and already people are questioning their career choices. The recruits react with disbelief. They must lift a whole sack of rice. Chomuk stares back with his glowing blue eye, having heard this objection before. The alternative is a match. The sack of rice becomes the preferable option. Some genius immediately tries to quit, announcing he does not want to die early. A silhouetted instructor blocks the exit and asks who said he could leave, adding the detail that Mujin never promised anyone would leave in one piece. The Manhwa Clan Hours Handbook is apparently 1 page long and written in blood. The training begins in earnest. Recruits scream, sacks are hoisted, and the courtyard turns into a conditioning montage set to the sound of regret. This is not a martial arts academy. This is a body transformation speedrun, where the only stat being rolled is endurance, and the tutorial boss is a grain shipment. Mujin watches from above as the instructors push the recruits without mercy. Red sound effects fill the air. One man bows deeply, accepting his new role. The tone shifts. An injured man staggers into the estate, shouting that someone must report to the Manhwa clan immediately. He collapses at the gate. The name he manages is Master Wa Mujin. The training day is interfisted by urgent news. Mujin stands alone on a balcony overlooking the city as a giant shadowy figure looms behind him. Because this series cannot let a dramatic moment happen without also implying an incoming raid boss. The messenger's warning lands, and Mujin's face says he has already mentally rescheduled his entire afternoon around violence. The enemy side, a cold-eyed figure tells a worried elder they are moving earlier than planned. A bandaged man lies in bed nearby. A horned helmet figure laughs in the corner. The antagonist faction has accelerated their timeline, threatening the protagonists. The scene is dark, the dialogue ominous. The bandaged figure in bed indicates a hit squad has already been sent. Someone states preparations are underway. The horned helmet man laughs. The sequence signals an impending ambush. Back at the estate, Dojin and Soyeon are crouched low and peeking through a doorway like 2 children who absolutely should not be peeking through that doorway. Soyeon is grinning. Dojin is asking with the reasonable anxiety of a younger brother whether they really need to see people die. Soyeon's response is basically that she will go alone if he will not come, which is the most older sibling threat ever committed to a manhwa panel. Dojin yields to his older sister's threat of independent action. They slip out at twilight past the Grand Temple complex, following the group Mujin assembled to face the threat. The children have chosen to follow the combat party. Their absence will be noticed. 4 masked figures in dark robes advance through the dusk village, a sinister blue energy symbol glowing ahead of them like a bad omen rendered in neon. The threat Mujin was warned about is already moving. The children are already following. The episode has officially shifted from marriage comedy and boot camp to why are there preschoolers at the ambush. Dojin is standing over a fallen Jong Tai, pointing at a peak-level predator and screaming the same insult a second time, while Soyeon smirks beside him, and the caption admits what we are all thinking: they are screw. We will get to how a 12-year-old and his sister ended up as the only obstacle between a nun and a monster, but first, the forest. Chapter 30 opens on a forest clearing. Then Mujin and the 4 demon brothers lunge into a waiting ambush from the Death Forest faction. The assassins immediately realize their briefing was wrong. One of them screams that they are too fast. Another shouts for them to stop, and the three blue-robed figures holding position in the dark are adorable because holding position in the dark are adorable. Because holding position against Mujin is not a strategy, it is a final wish. From a hiding spot nearby, Dojin and Soyeon watch with wide eyes and matching shock. They whisper to each other, so this is real combat. Mujin is not holding back. His sword hilt glows red, his eyes lock cold, and the blue energy blasts filling the cavern are mostly his. The Death Forest faction brought numbers and are taking heavy losses. Jeomuk delivers a punch that rearranges someone's face. A cloaked figure with glasses checks a fallen opponent like he is reading a receipt. Bodies get hurled with red demonic energy. The four demon brothers are not just winning, they are processing invoices. The fight peaks in a spray of blood, motion lines, and Mujin emerging from dark swirling energy with the smile of a man who has done this so many times he no longer needs a warm-up. The Death Forest faction came for a recovering madman and found a war criminal doing cardio. Dojin and Soyeon stay frozen in their hiding spot, finally understanding that the stories their brother told them about the murim were not bedtime fiction. The stench of blood reaches them. It is not a metaphor. It is a sensory detail that will stay with both of them for a long time, assuming they survive. The cleanup is just as brutal as the fight. A bald brother chokes an assassin with the enthusiasm of a man who enjoys his work. Jeomuk glares forward with his fist clenched and his blue eye glowing, and the remaining Death Forest fighters suddenly remember they have other appointments. Mujin interrogates a surviving assassin, and the man cracks immediately. He confesses they came on commission from the Chonghua merchant group, which is exactly the name Mujin expected, and exactly the name that makes his eyes glow red with administrative rage. An armored witness marvels that this monster slaughtered dozens of men all by himself. Mujin tells Jeomuk to let the survivor go, because dead messengers do not deliver warnings. The man stumbles away with a bloody forehead and a very specific message for his employers. Then Mujin discovers his siblings in the aftermath, and the art style collapses into chibi comedy so fast it gives the viewer whiplash. Soyeon bows her head and apologizes, admitting she just wanted to see actual combat, with a bump on her head that suggests the forest already voted on this decision. Mujin's response is not the soft "you are safe now" line. He points into the trees at the corpses and warns them that if the enemy had spotted them first, they would be the ones lying there. The comedy evaporates. The lesson lands. He points at the fallen cloaked bodies and tells the two small children, now rendered tiny and chastened, that this is the murim. Death is always lurking right behind you. It is the truest thing anyone has said to them in this entire series, and they needed to hear it before their curiosity got them killed. The children answer yes, Mujin. In small voices, their worldview forcibly changed. The full moon overhead is beautiful and indifferent, like the murim itself. The next morning, the group departs, and the forest briefly flashes back to the white-haired raider, unleashing a fiery palm strike, because that contract is apparently still active and still annoying. The Chonghua merchant group has not stopped sending people, it has just diversified its vendor list. Two small figures in red robes stare through fire and smoke as a glowing eye looms overhead. The caption addresses the children directly. The raider's destructive power has now been demonstrated in close proximity to the siblings, which means the stakes have moved from family politics to keeping the children away from the burning forest. Morning actually arrives. The sun shines through the leaves, the group separates, and Jungtae walks ahead with Dojin and Soyeon on the forest path. Someone decided the third eldest demon brother was the appropriate babysitter for two children who have already proven they cannot be trusted near violence. Back at the estate, an enraged elder shouts for servants and warriors to search every corner. A panicked attendant spirals in the courtyard calling for the young master and young lady, while Masak searches the grounds and two blue birds perch peacefully overhead. The chaos is total. The birds do not react. On the forest path, a cry for help rings out. Sayun immediately glares toward the sound with the expression of a child who has decided this field trip needs more content. They find a lecherous martial artist harassing a young nun because this forest apparently has multiple quest markers. Jung Tai freezes, correctly judging that this opponent is too dangerous for the children to engage. Dojin, however, has just spent the night learning that the murim is full of people who need punching, and his impulse control has not caught up to the lesson. He shouts filthy, shameless scum at a man whose glowing red eyes and monstrous screams say peak-level fighter in every dialect. A panicked voice confirms the obvious. If they fight here, they will die. Jung Tai stalls for time, laughing awkwardly and claiming they are just passing by, a lie that depends on the listener's mercy. The Crimson Moon Swordmaster has none. He tells Jung Tai he is unworthy, orders him to leave, and incapacitates him with a single strike. The Crimson Moon Swordmaster does not regard hired guards as equals. Jung Tai falls, and the Crimson Moon Swordmaster stands over his fallen body. Dojin refuses to abandon him, pointing and shouting the same insult again, choosing moral principle over survival. Soyeon stands beside him, smiling, matching his defiance. The final caption bubble screams that they are screwed and honestly fair. Dojin and Soyeon have gone from sneaking out to watch combat to becoming combat's next menu item, and the only person who can fix this is currently running a recruitment boot camp several miles away. This is the moment a peak master died, not to a stronger cultivator, not to a famous sword, but to a man who spent the entire fight smiling like he was reading the terms of service before clicking accept. Even the demon brothers are frozen on the sidelines because one of them has the sense to say out loud what the rest of us are thinking. If we jump in, we'll only get in the way. The mad dog of the Hua clan just devoured the Crimson Moon, and we're going to circle back to exactly how a supposed broken body heir pulled that off, because the answer is not he got lucky. This is the frame where Jung Tai's body has already answered the question. He was too proud to ask out loud, can he protect 2 children from a peak-level swordsman? No, but he is still standing, and that is the whole point of the scene. Rewind a few minutes. Mu Jin has finally said goodbye to Hua Dojin and Hua Soyeon, and the first thing he does is tell his companions to move faster because the twins have cost them time. He also predicts that the clan estate will be in an uproar over the missing children. Back at the manor, panic arrives on schedule. Masok is running around in emotional shambles because he personally checked their beds last night and somehow they still ghosted the entire clan. In the forest, Jung Tai is interrogating the twins about their little field trip, and he correctly identifies Hua Soyeon as the mastermind, which she confirms with zero remorse. Hua Dojin is about to explain how he got involved, but a scream interrupts him from the forest. They find a lecherous martial artist cornering a nun, and he is proud enough of his work to announce that he has already knocked out her companion. Jung Tai's first instinct is the responsible one. He tells the children to stay back, then to run, because he has assessed the man and the odds are against him. Hua Dojin, however, looked at a peak-level swordsman harassing a nun and decided the correct response was to point and shout at him to get his hands off her. The assailant calls him a bold little brat, and Jung Tai realizes the situation has turned lethal. He starts describing exactly how he will maim Dojin, and the tone is so casual that even the forest seems to lean away from him. Jung Tai throws himself between the children and the threat, and the fight that follows is not a duel. It is a man buying seconds with his own body. The assailant is having the time of his life, laughing that he did not expect to get a workout today, while Jung Tai is just trying to stay upright long enough for the kids to actually run. Jung Tai gets pummeled, and the narration makes it clear he is thinking about only one thing, whether Dojin and Soyeon are far enough away yet. The assailant keeps taunting him to show more struggle, more desperation, more entertainment, because this man does not just win fights, he collects humiliation. Jung Tai, even while losing, recognizes the technique. The sword is fast and concise, maybe beyond anything Hua Mujin has shown them, which is a terrifying thought to have mid-beat down. The swordsman gets bored of the warm-up and decides to end it, and the panel composition tells you Jung Tai is not getting up from whatever comes next. Then the finishing strike collides with something that is not Jung Tai, and the sound effect is the exact moment the episode's tone flips from dread to vindication. Hua Jin has arrived, and the assailant is annoyed rather than worried by the interruption. The twins, meanwhile, light up the way only children can when the adult they were told to run from has just become someone else's problem. The assailant decides to stop playing and unleashes his chainwound slash, and for a few exchanges it actually looks like Mujin is on the back foot. One of the demon brothers is stunned by the speed and asks if this man is wielding a divine weapon, which is the martial arts equivalent of accusing your opponent of having a better gaming chair. Cormac orders the brothers to prep a full power assist, but Jung Tai stops them cold because he has figured out something the rest of them missed. He tells them this fight is above their pay grade and that Mujin is not losing, he is reading, and the difference matters. Mujin is deliberately clashing with the chainman slash, measuring blade speed, footwork, impact force, and probably the man's emotional stability, because that is also a variable. He remembers his master's lesson. The peerless nine swords only shows its real face against a strong sword, and the demonic spirit sword art is barely stronger anyway. Then the reading phase ends. Mujin announces he has seen every sword strike the man has. What follows is not a comeback, it is a refund. Mujin counterattacks with the exact timing the opponent has already shown him, and the fight collapses into one decisive strike. The Crimson Moon sword goes down, and the look on his face is the universal expression of someone who just realized the difficulty setting was higher than advertised. Dying, he asks for Mujin's name, and when he hears Hai-Ha Mujin, he recognizes the mad dog of the Hua clan and dies with that name as his last thought. Mujin does not give him a peaceful send-off. He curses him to find no rest even in death and to pick better opponents in his next life, which is less a farewell and more a patch note for reincarnation. The nun, Ryong, wakes up to the aftermath and hears the name Hua Mujin, and her brain short-circuits because the crazy young master of the Hua clan is not supposed to be this competent. Mujin checks on the twins and Hua Dojin immediately credits Jung Tai for protecting them. Jung Tai asks how Mujin knew they were in danger, and Mujin shrugs it off as a gut feeling, which is either humility or the reincarnated war criminal equivalent of parental radar. Then he asks the obvious follow-up, how did you two end up crossing paths with a peak-level lecher in the first place? And the twins' expression suggests the answer will not improve his mood. The fight opens with a close-up of Mujin's eye, one red iris locked forward with the kind of focus that says he's not here to win, he's here to audit. And across from him the Crimson Noon sword stands with complete confidence, showing no indication he has considered the possibility of defeat. The swordsman swings first, and the clash detonates with war energy that splits the panel. This is not a sparring match, but two weapons fighting for control of the forest. And then the Crimson Moon sword screams, not in pain, but in pure offended disbelief, because whatever just parried his strike was not supposed to be here. The twins light up instantly, Dojin and Soyeon both recognizing that the man who just entered this fight is the one who solves problems they can't. Mujin stands there with orange energy radiating off him, his expression set to maximum unbothered, because interrupting a peak swordsman's murder attempt is just Tuesday for this man. The two clash again, and this time the forest itself becomes the arena, energy blasts tearing through the dark, while both fighters trade blows at a speed the bystanders can barely track. One of the demon brothers shouts Mujin's name from the sidelines, and the raw alarm in his voice tells you everything about the intensity level. These are men who fight for a living, and they are nervous. The Crimson Moon sword swings with his full glowing blade, and the flash is bright enough to eat the panel. This is a man who has decided the warm-up is over. Mujin takes the hit, and the orange energy blast sends him sliding, but he is still standing, which means the swordsman has just learned his opponent's pain threshold is higher than expected. The Crimson Moon sword taunts that at least Mujin knows how to swing a sword, then says, "Good, good," which is the exact cadence of a man who thinks he is winning a fight he is actually losing. The exchange intensifies, blades meeting in rapid succession, while a white energy blast erupts from Mujin's side and the forest lights up with intense radiance. Then a massive orange blast tears across the battlefield, and for a moment, it looks like the Crimson Moon sword is actually pushing Mujin back. The clash detonates again in a blinding flash, energy erupting from both weapons, and the panel composition makes it genuinely ambiguous who is winning, which is exactly the point. The swordsman swings with everything he has, Korean characters blazing across the panel as his technique peaks. This is the chainwind slash at full output, and it is genuinely frightening. Blood splatters, someone grits their teeth in rage, and a figure in black is struck hard enough to send red across the entire frame. The violence here is real, not choreographed. Comic stares in disbelief and asks how Mujin is doing that from that far away, then wonders aloud if the man has some kind of divine weapon, which is the martial arts equivalent of accusing your opponent of cheating. Kolmuk hears that and orders the brothers to go at maximum inner energy, because watching from the sidelines is no longer an option when your boss might actually be in trouble. A Jungtai stops them cold, and his face says everything his words do. This fight is above their pay grade, and jumping in will only get someone killed who does not need to be. He looks over his shoulder with an expression that is not fear, it is recognition. Jungtai has figured out what Mujin is doing, and the answer is that Mujin is winning. Mujin throws a punch that detonates on impact, and the explosion of light tells you the reading phase is over. Something has changed, and the Crimson Moon sword is about to find out what. The swordsman lunges forward with a crazed expression, glowing red eyes and a face that has gone from confident to feral. He can feel the fight slipping, and his instincts are screaming. But Mujin is measuring the sword's speed, the movement pattern, every variable catalogued with the patience of a man who has done this to better swordsmen than this one. He draws his sword with blue energy crackling along the blade, and a fiery eruption tears through the panel. The peerless Nine Swords is waking up, and it only does that against a strong opponent. Mujin is tracking the sword's speed, the angle, even the amount of sparks each clash produces. Because this man does not fight with power, he fights with data. The Crimson Moon sword realizes every single one of his attacks is being parried, and the disbelief on his face is the expression of a man whose entire combat resume just got peer-reviewed. Mujin lands a punch that flashes with bright light, then follows with a glowing orange blast that tears across the panel. The counterattack has started, and it is immediate. He remembers his master's lesson. The true power of the peerless Nine Swords is only revealed when it meets a strong sword, which means the Crimson Moon sword just became the best thing that ever happened to Mujin's training. The swordsman snarls that of course his sword is stronger, which is the kind of thing you say right before the narrative proves you wrong in the most decisive way possible. The clash erupts in a flurry of orange energy, and the Crimson Moon sword lunges forward with everything he has left, rage, pride, and the desperate energy of a man who knows the timer is running. And then Mujin grins, wild-eyed, unhinged, the smile of a man who has finished reading the manual and declares he has grasped every single one of the swordsman's strikes. Mujin lunges with fierce determination, and the impact drives a pained cry from the Crimson Moon sword as red energy erupts from his chest. The counterattack lands decisively. Someone exclaims about a shoulder check, which is the murim equivalent of watching a boss get deleted by a move that was not even in the patch notes. And the final close-up of Mujin's face, glowing red eyes, absolute determination, is the panel that tells you the divine demon was always in there, waiting for a sword worth reading. The swordsman unleashes one last desperate attack, red energy erupting from his body, but the panel composition has already shifted. He is not attacking anymore, he is drowning. And the final panel dissolves into abstract red brushstrokes, because what just happened was not a fight anymore, it was a verdict delivered in sword language. The finishing blow lands. The Crimson Moon sword drives straight through his sternum. The man who was losing 10 minutes ago now lies in the dirt, laughing at himself because he was defeated by someone young enough to be his opponent's junior. Mujin stands over the body with his sword still wet. The man asked for a name, and he is about to receive one. The dying swordsman gasps out a question, his name, and Mujin gives it to him flat, Hua Mujin. The recognition hits the man's face before the name even finishes leaving the air. He pieces it together in his final seconds, Flame Hua Clan, the Mad Dog, and dies with that title on his lips, which is the murim equivalent of your obituary leading with your most embarrassing nickname. Mujin does not offer a peaceful send-off. He curses the man to find no rest even in death, and to choose his opponents more carefully in his next life, which is less a farewell and more a one-star review filed directly with the afterlife. The Demon Brothers and Huan Dojin watch in absolute silence, because the man who was beating Jung Tai half to death 5 minutes ago is now a corpse, and the person responsible does not even look winded. Mujin turns to check on his siblings, and the first question out of his mouth is whether they are hurt anywhere, because the divine demon may have killed a man 30 seconds ago. But the older brother had an appointment first. Mujin skips the gut-feeling rerun. He already gave that answer once today, and moves straight to the question he actually once explained: how 2 kids ended up in a peak-level lectures crosshairs in the first place. Juntai explains the sequence. They stumbled on the man harassing nuns. He planned to avoid trouble, but Hua Dojin looked at a peak-level predator and decided that was unacceptable. Dojin apologizes for escalating the situation, clearly expecting to be scolded for nearly getting himself killed. Instead, Mujin commends his righteousness, and the expression on that boy's face is the moment a child learns his brother is proud of him. That approval unlocks something in Dojin you can see across the panel, a core memory being forged in real time, the kind that decides what kind of martial artist a boy becomes for the rest of his life. The nun Ryong, still dazed, thanks Mujin for saving her life. He skips the pleasantries entirely and asks the actual operational question: who was the man he just killed, because no master of that caliber was supposed to be operating in this area. Ryong identifies the corpse as the Crimson Moon Sword, a peak master from the Crescent Moon Sword sect, under the 4 martial heavens, notorious as a lecher who attacked her group demanding the whereabouts of a junior nun. Mujin hears 4 martial heavens, dismisses the dead man's swordsmanship as garbage, and spits out a verdict on the entire faction. Everyone from the 4 martial heavens is trash, delivered with the confidence of someone who has personally audited their entire roster. Ryong offers to repay the debt someday, but Mujin redirects every ounce of her gratitude toward Zhong Tai and Hua Dujin, clarifying he did not come here to rescue her. He came because his people were in danger. Ryong thanks Hua Dojin directly, and the boy turns a color that is not found in nature, because a nun just expressed genuine gratitude to him, and his entire emotional operating system was not built for that input. Mujin watches his little brother blush at a nun, and smirks, because even the divine demon can appreciate the comedy of a kid who just stood up to a peak master, turning to mush over a thank you. The group separates. Jung Tai continues escorting the twins home while Mujin moves out with the other demon brothers, and Ryong watches him walk away with the name Hua Mujin of the Flame Hua clan ringing in her head. She's left standing in the aftermath, wondering whether things in Sichuan are about to change. The answer is yes, violently, and sooner than anyone in this forest currently expects. That night, Mujin and his men arrive unannounced at the home of Peng Quano, leader of the Pengyang merchant group, and the old man's face cycles through surprise, relief, and the specific exhaustion of someone who was not expecting company. Mujin reminds him he has come to keep his promise, and Peng Quano immediately orders a feast prepared, because when the man who just killed a peak master shows up at your door, you feed him before he finds a reason to be less generous. During the feast, Peng Quano apologizes for the modest spread. His finances are that tight, and then Dong Guanyo and Huang Youchong rush in, astonished that Mujin traveled the dangerous route without an escort army. Mujin casually drops the evening's activities. Over 24 assassins and the Crimson Moon Sword of the 4 martial heavens killed en route, and the merchant leader's faces perform the full 5 stages of grief in about 3 seconds. Huang Youchong notes this will make Mujin's name even more formidable. The merchant leader is acknowledging that the man who just sat down at their table now carries a reputation they did not pay for. The merchants lay out their complaints about the Chonghua merchant group's tyranny, and Peng Quano voices the fear that they may start raiding private homes if nobody pushes back. At that moment, Mujin's expression shifts from dinner guest to operations planner. Mujin asks them to propose solutions, clarifying he came only to draw his sword if necessary and needs proper justification, because even the divine demon understands that the first step of a war is making sure the paperwork is in order. He decides they will begin with the nearby cloth street and gives the merchants preparation instructions, which means the next phase of this operation now has a location, a target, and a man who has already killed someone today writing the playbook. The feast Peng Quano already apologized for keeps going, and by now the table understands hosting the divine demon does not come with an expense report. The 24 assassins are old news to anyone who was listening the first time, but Mujin brings the number up again anyway, mostly to watch the table, remember how to be quiet. Dong Guanyu and Huang Youchong are still stuck on the part where Mujin traveled that dangerous route without an escort army, replaying it like the story improves with a second viewing. Huang Youchong repeats the formidable name line for good measure, because some conclusions are worth saying twice when the man they're about is still sitting right there. The Chonghua merchant group's tyranny has already been aired in full, so this round is just Peng Quano's raided home's fear settling back over the table, and Mujin's expression, already an operations planner's, doesn't need to shift twice. Mujin doesn't repeat his terms. Draw the sword only with proper justification, because the room already agreed to that part. He's just waiting for someone to hand him the paperwork. Cloth Street was already decided and already briefed. By morning, it stops being a conversation and starts being an operation. The next morning, Chol Muk and No Sak arrive at Cloth Street and find the market so desolate that Chol Muk looks around with open disdain and calls it what it is, a bleak, dead market that used to be somebody's livelihood. No Sak takes in the same emptiness with the scarred cheek squint of a man who already knows this is a setup, because empty markets do not stay empty on their own. Someone cleared them out, and the someone is about to introduce themselves. They sit at a food stall, and the owner serves them while trembling, and before the noodles even cool, a man strolls up trying to poach them to a rival restaurant across the street, which is the Cloth Street equivalent of a cold open for a shakedown. No Sak's angry warning drives the poacher off, but the man returns with his gang to pressure them into relocating, escalating the extortion against the new occupants of the deserted market. Chol Muk dismisses them as clowns, and the thugs escalate to violence exactly as designed. The trap is working, and the bait did not even have to try hard. The thugs attack, and the fight is less a battle and more a disciplinary action. Chol Muk and No Sak crush them effortlessly, while the stall owner screams about his shop being damaged, which is the one variable nobody budgeted for. A small crowd gathers in disbelief at seeing the local extortionist beaten, because in this neighborhood the bullies do not lose. They certainly do not lose to two men who walked in for noodles and left with captives. Back at the Pungyang Merchant Group headquarters, Mujin sits alone writing out the next steps of the plan, knowing exactly how the trap he designed will end without needing to be present at it. A Cloth Street brawl wraps up with the same outcome as the previous day. Chol Muk and No Sak standing over broken bodies while the stall owner weeps over his shattered shop, having been promised no property damage. One thug shouts that they are deaf or stupid, and No Sak fires back asking whether big mouths are all they have, a provocation that pushes the fight toward lethal force. The thug lunges and the panel snaps to a close-up of a wide, shocked eye, because whatever just happened was fast enough that the man's brain is still processing the input while his body is already on the floor. The fight is rendered in sharp white shapes and lunging silhouettes. The panel composition abstracts the combat into stark, angular motion rather than detailed blows. A thug stares up at a monstrous shadow looming over him, and the close-up of narrowed eyes with blue energy radiating from the chest tells you everything. These are not customers, they are the invoice. Chol Muk lunges forward with a fist that shatters the ground on impact, sending debris flying. A direct physical answer that demolishes the ground beneath the thugs. The remaining thugs get driven into the dirt with the efficiency of men who have done this enough times to skip the theatrical part, and the stall owner screams that they said they would not break the shop stuff, which is technically true. They broke the thugs into the shop stuff. The stall owner collapses in anguish over his broken shop, screaming that they promised no damage. While bystanders stare in shock, the local bullies have just been beaten in broad daylight, an outcome nobody in this neighborhood has witnessed before. The fight ends with silhouettes engulfed in white energy across a debris-filled courtyard, and the scene cuts away, because the brawl was never the point. It was the receipt. The Pyongyang Merchant Group headquarters sits under warm afternoon light, and inside, Mu Jin is at a table with a brush and a ledger, because while his men were breaking thugs on Cloth Street, he was here writing the next 3 moves on paper. He drafts a letter for Punkono to deliver to the Tang clan via carrier pigeon, and the expression on his face confirms the letter is not a request, but a calculated strategic move. He hands the scroll off with a single instruction: send this to the Tang clan urgently, and the courier accepts, having learned not to ask follow-up questions around this man. Punkono stares at the scroll and realizes Mu Jin has ties to the Tang clan, and the surprise on his face is the specific flavor of a man who just discovered his business partner's Rolodex is significantly deeper than advertised. Chil Muk and No Sak return with the captured thugs roped together and forced to their knees, and the visual of 4 men being led by a rope into a merchant headquarters tells you the operation has shifted from street fight to interrogation phase. Mu Jin praises the 2 brothers with a flat, "You did well," which from this man is notably high commendation, and then turns his attention to the men on their knees. One captive stammers, asking whether they even know who they are messing with, and Mu Jin answers the question for him. They are bastards from the Chonghamwe Merchant Group, delivered with the casual certainty of a man reading a label he already peeled off. Mu Jin stands over them with red eyes and a dark aura, and the thug who was defiant 2 seconds ago recognizes Mu Jin and immediately starts short-circuiting, the name, the aura, the reputation, all arriving at once. Mu Jin leans in and asks who their boss is, and the smirk on his face is the expression of a man who already knows the answer. He just wants the thug to say it out loud, so the confession is on record. The thug realizes the entire Cloth Street outing was a trap. The empty market, the food stall, the poacher, the gang, all of it was bait designed to manufacture a reason for war, and he walked into it with the confidence of a man who thought he was the predator. And the man who designed the trap is standing right in front of him, smiling, asking one question. Because the divine demon does not need a system to run a quest. He just needs a market, 2 ugly brothers, and someone dumb enough to take the bait. The surviving thug puts it together in real time. The empty market, the food stall, the poacher, all of it was bait, and the realization lands with the exact energy of a man who thought he was the predator, discovering he is the receipt. Mu Jin's red aura flares through the interrogation room as he waits for someone to state the answer he already knows. 3 cloaked figures stand on the tiles behind him, and the thug on the ground groans out the only question left. Why are you doing this? Which is the murim equivalent of reading the terms and conditions after you already clicked agree. Mu Jin looks down at him, impatient that the trap he set requires explaining. Red energy detonates through the room, not a fight, just punctuation, and the thug hits the floor with the specific velocity of someone who forgot the conversation had consequences. A second thug screams on the ground, and a third pleads for his life as a shadow looms over him because No Sak just demonstrated what happens to the quiet ones, and the outcome is clear. Mu Jin's hand slams down on the last thug's head, and those red eyes lean in with the energy of a man who just watched his patience meter hit 0, the boss's location now, and the only correct answer is the real one. The interrogation wraps, and the panel pulls wide to a traditional city skyline, burning orange under sunset, signaling a change of location. A green bowl lands on a table with a soft click, and the scene shifts to a grand hall where an elderly monk in Buddhist robes is about to receive news that will rearrange his travel plans entirely. Great monk Yanu hears the words and nearly comes out of his seat, while Mu Jin of the Flamewar clan defeated the Crimson Moon Sword of the 4 martial heavens and the disbelief on his face is the reaction of a man who just heard the village idiot beat the final boss. His companion confirms it and adds the critical detail. They say the one with the heavenly martial body has finally taken flight, which is the murim equivalent of a talent scout realizing the kid he passed on is now a lottery pick. The old man with the goatee laughs and declares it wonderful news that he has finally taken flight, vindicated after waiting for him to leave. Hyonu's companion, an elder monk with a white beard and prayer beads, reacts with equal astonishment because the boy whose energy core was destroyed was supposed to be a write-off, and the write-off just killed a peak master. Hyonu sets his cup down, says thanks for the drink, and announces he is leaving now, because a man who just heard that news and stays seated is a man who does not understand the assignment. The old monk looks to the side with the expression of a man who is not going to Sichuan for a social call. He is going because a once-in-a-generation talent just surfaced, and he intends to be the one standing there when it decides where to plant roots. The scene shifts to the MA sect at night, pagodas under warm lamplight and traditional architecture in the dark, establishing a second faction's location. An elder in a blue robe is addressed respectfully. "You've arrived, elder," and the composition tells you this is someone whose arrival at night, unannounced, is both unusual and significant enough to be noted by the staff. A young woman with bandages on her face, Ryong, the nun Mujin saved, asks why she is departing so suddenly, and Abbess Jinhua answers with the principle that if you receive a favor, you repay it at once. The older woman's knowing smile at the younger one tells you Abbess Jinhua has already decided this visit is happening, whether the schedule cooperates or not, and the MA sect does not send its strongest master for a courtesy call. Ryong watches her go with a slight smile, still bandaged from the encounter that started this chain, and someone nearby wonders what gift she is planning to bring, which is the kind of question that tells you the visit is already being discussed before the visitor has left the building. The old abbess smiles slyly under moonlight, with the expression of a woman who knows exactly what she is walking into and has already decided how she is going to handle it. Meanwhile, in a grand hall lit by lanterns, a lone figure in green robes reads, and the scene tells you that a third faction is about to enter the board because the man reading is the Poison Emperor, and he has just received a letter. The Poison Emperor strokes his beard with the thoughtful expression of a man reading a letter from a 23-year-old who just killed a peak master and writes like he is placing an order at a restaurant. The current Tang clan head, the Poison Emperor's own son, shouts in protest, insisting the girl is only 18, which is the parental objection that every arranged marriage subplot in murim history has to clear before it can proceed. Two men in dark green robes argue inside the richly decorated hall, and the Tang clan head fires back, "We need to keep her close," accusing his father of deciding to ruin his own daughter's life over a letter from a brat. The Poison Emperor hears the complaint, puts his finger in his ear with the energy of a man who has been a grandfather longer than his son has been a father, and dismisses the entire objection without standing up. "The matter is settled all right," the old man says, and the granddaughter accepts with a quiet, "To, Grandpa," because in this household, the Poison Emperor's word is not a suggestion, it is a patch note. Two women stand at the gate, one in a wide-brimmed hat and green cloak, the other with a smug expression and the posture of someone who has already won the argument she is about to pretend she did not have. The granddaughter insists she is done being treated like a little kid, and here the collateral branch granddaughter, who offered to chaperone, smiles with the diplomatic patience of a woman who knows the girl will need supervision whether she admits it or not. The Poison Emperor's narrowed gaze says everything his mouth does not. He is bringing his granddaughter to the Hua clan. He is arranging a marriage, and the only person in this compound who gets a vote is the one who already cast his. The scene shifts again. Four figures in dark robes walk through a lantern-lit street toward a large gate at dusk, and the visual language is doing the work of telling you we have left the grand halls behind and entered a very different neighborhood. Two of the demon brothers stand against a dramatic sunset with grim expressions because they are about to walk into a pleasure district, and their combat readiness was not designed for this particular theater of operations. The district's women immediately notice the brothers. "Oh my, look at those arms," and Cho She Muk The hulking bald eldest, with the red scalp marking, blushes and stammers that he might not be old enough to be called a mister, which is a claim his entire physical presence contradicts. The thug guiding them grins smugly and explains, "A pleasure district moved in for the travelers, right in the heart of the commercial district, and the subtext is that this was not organic growth, this was installed." Mujin's expression hardens as the thug proudly describes how the Chowa merchant group built this district after driving out the original cloth merchants, and the man's pride in his own displacement operation is the exact flavor of audacity that converts Mujin from investigator to arsonist. Mujin asks the thug whether he even knows how the people who were chased out are living now, and the condescension in his voice is not a question, it is a verdict being read before the sentence is announced. The thug confirms they are almost there, and the panel opens to reveal the destination. A grand, multi-tiered traditional building glowing under the dusk light, and the thug announces their arrival with the pride of a man showing off a palace he does not own. The sign reads, "Twin Flower House, the largest and most famous brothel in Sichuan," and one of the brothers mutters that it is like a whole palace, which is architecturally accurate and morally beside the point. Mujin tells them to go in, and the hero panel lands. That close-up of his narrowed eye, dark hair framing his face, the sound effect reading like a breath drawn before a verdict, because the man walking through that door is not a customer. The interior is a grand red-lit hall filled with lanterns and machinery, and the two demon brothers who followed him in take in the scale with the wide-eyed discomfort of men whose entire skill set is violence, and who have just been dropped into a conversation they do not have the social stats for. Mujin's expression shifts. This smell and the slight smirk drops into something sharper, because whatever is in the air of this building is not perfume. It is an airborne business model designed to keep customers coming back. A woman in ornate purple robes tells someone she is not here to play today, and an older man remarks that it has been hard to see a certain face lately, the brothel's regular clientele moving through their routines, unaware that the man who just walked in is not here for the services. Mujin orders a group upstairs, and the final panel holds on a shadowy figure standing in a blood-red abstract space, which is the visual language for the hallucinogenic fog is about to hit, and nobody in this room is ready for what comes next. The hallucinogenic fog overcomes the demon brothers. One clutches his head feeling drunk without drinking, and the other stands in a room where his perception is being altered. Nosak laughs at something invisible, and his flushed cheeks and wide eyes show the smoke has bypassed his defenses entirely. The panel dissolves into abstract red and pink shapes as the party members lose coordination, and a shocked eye stares out from inside the hallucination, a man watching himself lose control in real time. Cho Muk, the hulking, bald eldest brother, falls for a damsel in distress illusion that asks a handsome sir for help. A woman with red eyes leans into him breathing heavily, praising his arms for being warm and thick, and Cho Muk's entire combat profile just blue-screened because someone said his muscles were nice. The bearded giant asks her to hold him, and the scar across his forehead does nothing to change the fact that he is currently the most vulnerable man in Sichuan. Then the fog finds Mujin, and his red eyes snap wide with a question mark blooming at his chest, because the hallucination targeting him is not going for pleasure, it is going for the throat. A woman kneels in the red-lit room with her hands covering her face, and she asks if he knows how long she waited. And the voice, the posture, the way the words land, all of it hits a man who buried his wife 30 years ago. She says she missed him, and the panel holds on the young woman's face, wide-eyed, blushing. But the image is a weapon wearing his grief like a mask, and it has found the one lock in this man's interior that no cultivation technique ever sealed. She says they have finally met again, and the hallucination is not random. The smoke read his memories and built the cruelest possible scenario from the one wound he never talks about. He speaks a name, Yonhwa, and the stutter in his voice is the only time in this entire series where the divine demon sounds like a man instead of a force of nature. A hand reaches up from the red light calling him great hero, and a man in ornate robes looks down in surprise, because the illusion is pulling from his title, his past, the legend he buried, and weaponizing all of it at once. A hand reaches from darkness toward the light, and the close-up on his eye, raw, furious, the grief transmuting into something combustible, tells you the illusion just made the worst mistake a hallucinogenic fog can make. His teeth grit, and the rage building behind that jaw is not the kind that burns out. It is the kind that fixes on a target and pursues it relentlessly. Red energy erupts from his fist, and he lunges forward with a snarl that has nothing to do with the brothel and everything to do with the fact that something just used his dead wife's face for a sales pitch. The strike detonates in a cascade of red energy that tears through the hallucinogenic fog, and every illusion in the building shatters at once. The hero panel lands, a chaotic eruption of red aura and bodies flying across the hall, because the man who walked into this brothel as an investigator just left it as a demolition crew of one. A clenched fist unleashes a blinding flash, a man throws a punch with his whole body behind it, and someone screams because the fog is gone, and what replaced it is far more dangerous. A figure screams in anguish on the floor, and that sound is the brothel's business model receiving its performance review. Red energy erupts above the rooftops and engulfs the entire palace complex in a blinding glow, which is the Manhwa visual for the building's survival odds just hit zero. Someone screams "What the?" as the grand building pulses with fiery aura, and shock fills every face in the room at the sudden destruction overtaking the building. Silhouettes scream as a massive swirling energy attack rips through the hall, and the fog that was meant to keep clients docile is no longer the most dangerous thing in this building. A dark-haired man with a sinister expression looks down at a distressed woman, and a hooded figure clutches his head, demanding to know what is happening, which is the sound of two people whose drug trip just got cancelled by their dealer's worst customer. Kaol Mook snaps out of it furious, grabbing Mujin by the collar and shouting that he should have warned them ahead of time, which is the reaction of a man who just woke up from the nicest dream of his life and is personally offended by the alarm clock. Mujin confirms it, hallucinogenic smoke in a brothel, and the brothers process this information with the horror of men who realize they were being chemically controlled. Mujin's red eyes glow with a fiery aura, and the expression on his face has shifted from investigator to judge, because this brothel just made the mistake of weaponizing his grief, and the sentence is going to be architectural. He tells the thug to keep leading the way, clutching his forehead with the exasperation of a man who just had his deepest trauma used as a marketing tool and still has business to conduct before the arson. They move through the grand red-lit halls, cloaked figures casting long shadows down ornate corridors, and the building's vast interior stretches out before them. Two men stand facing each other in the hall, and the Hua character on the wall tells you the clan's reach has officially entered the building. An imposing man with a sword demands to know if they know who he is, which is the last sentence a person in this building should be saying to a man who just experienced a hallucinogenic flashback to his dead wife. No Sak's name drops from a speech bubble, and Mujin stands in his black robe with red and gold trim, and the sword on his back, the visual of a man who has already decided how this conversation ends. Mujin lunges with red energy crackling from his hand, and the man who was demanding respect a panel ago makes a sound that can only be described as "oh," the universal syllable of a man who just miscalculated his audience. A close-up on an eye with a glint of determination, and then a single tear falling. Because the boss is crying, and the tear is not from grief. It is from the sudden realization that his entire career trajectory just corrected downward. Mujin asks the lowlife if he has snapped out of it, confirming that his target is conscious enough to receive the terms. He introduces himself as Hua Mujin of the Flame Hua clan and asks if the man is with the Changhua merchant group, stating both facts plainly. The deputy steward clutches his hair with the concentration of a man whose entire professional identity is being deconstructed in real time by a 23-year-old who just dismantled his hallucinogenic business model. Mujin delivers the ultimatum. Within 10 days, withdraw every Changhua merchant group business from Sangryo, spoken with flat certainty. When the steward stammers, Mujin shuts him down. If you do not have the authority, report it to the people above you, and the sweat on the man's brow marks his compliance. Mujin leans in with narrowed eyes and repeats the terms. If you do not withdraw from Sunreal within 10 days, and the repetition is not for clarity, it is for the pleasure of watching the deadline land twice. Then the challenge. If you think you can handle that, try standing your ground, and the glowing eyes and snarling face are the visual equivalent of stamping return to sender on a declaration of war. 3 figures stand over the kneeling man in the red-lit chamber, and the negotiation phase is over. What remains is the paperwork, and the paperwork is on fire. The Twin Flower House goes up, traditional architecture engulfed in flames under a dark sky, and the largest brothel in Sichuan is being decommissioned with the same efficiency Mujin applies to everything else in his life. Someone screams about fire. The multi-tiered building and surrounding structures are consumed, and the embers rise into the night sky as the property is destroyed. A voice shouts to stop it from spreading, and the urgency in that cry is the sound of a neighborhood discovering that the consequences of messing with the Hua clan are not limited to the people who messed with the Hua clan. 3 figures in black robes stand before the burning pagoda, one holding a sword, and the composition is doing the work of a teen photo in front of a completed project. Mujin notes that Dong Jok and Zheng Te will need to be involved next, and the red eyes surrounded by fiery energy are already planning the next operation before the embers on this one have finished cooling. The establishing shot of the Flame Hua clan estate under bright sky marks the scene. Break to what happened at home while Mujin burned the brothels. A turf war is underway. Someone shouts that they should handle things in order of arrival, asserting priority over the others in the monastery courtyard. A voice announces something important delivered to the young master, and an elderly man with wild hair and a long beard laughs, having arrived early with no intention of yielding his spot. 2 elderly men and a younger bearded man stand before the temple, and one of them is already invoking Amitabha while questioning why the MA sect showed up, because the elders have arrived and the parking dispute has begun. An elder with a long beard and traditional hat asks what they are doing here, his stern upward gaze fixed on those who arrived after him. Then recognition hits. The white-haired figure and the bald elder both react with shock. Because the Poison Emperor just walked in, and the man who was arguing about a rival order is now processing the fact that a 4 emperor just joined the queue. Someone asks what brings the Tang clan here as well, alarmed that a small negotiation has become a summit with multiple parties present. The Poison Emperor asserts himself. We were first, take care of your business later, and the elder in traditional robes is deploying seniority as a scheduling tool with the confidence of a man who has been winning arguments since before the others were born. The white-haired elder stammers in shock, and the gathered figures around the Poison Emperor are processing the reality that the man they were trying to out-prioritize is one of the 4 most powerful people in the Central Plains. The Poison Emperor laughs and introduces himself with the manic energy of a man who enjoys watching people recalculate their entire social position in real time. I am the Poison Emperor, like I said earlier. Someone fires back with a sardonic jab to think you would push in with sheer seniority, and the condescension in that voice is the last gasp of a man who knows he has lost the argument but has not yet accepted the outcome. The scene shifts indoors. Tea is poured, beards are stroked, and an elderly man leans forward with a, "Is that so?" that carries the weight of a conversation 5 years overdue. The white-haired elder in the blue robe sits in contemplative silence, and his expression is the one a man wears when he's listening to 3 people argue over something he has not yet decided to give them. Great Monk Yanu notes it has been 5 years since they last gathered, and the Amitabha is delivered with the warmth of a man who is genuinely happy to see old friends and also genuinely intends to take their future disciples. Abbess Jinhua admits she never thought she would meet both of them here, and the calculating gaze under that white hair is the look of a woman who has already mapped the room and identified the leverage. Hyunu invokes karmic bonds, a single brush of robes, plants, connections across countless lifetimes, and the smug expression under that regal hat is the face of a man deploying philosophy as a real estate claim. Someone asks whether the Ame sect shares a karmic bond with the clan too, and Abbess Jinhua counters that surely her connection is even closer, because the three elders are now competing for discipleship rights like tenured professors fighting over a grant applicant. A hand reaches for the tea, and the poison emperor gestures thoughtfully with the patience of a man who let the other two argue first, because he already has the strongest hand and sees no reason to play it early. Hyun-woo declares his intent, which is why I intend to, and the glowing blue eyes and grim expression are the face of a man who is about to make a move he's been planning since he heard the Crimson Moon Sword was dead. Elder Jo Hambom, the clan elder with glasses and a beard, shouts in surprise because the conversation just shifted from tea to succession, and he is the only person in this room who remembers the clan head is not here. The elderly Buddhist monk with prayer beads looks forward with a neutral expression, and his calm is the composure of a man who knows that what he is proposing is reasonable and that reasonableness is its own weapon. Abbas Jinhua smiles and calls it perfect, and the satisfaction on her face is the expression of a woman who has already decided which sibling she is taking and is now just letting the formalities play out. The narration drops a critical detail. The two younger siblings have already completed their initiation into the Flamewar clan's secret arts, which means the elders are not recruiting blanks, they are recruiting initiated heirs with existing cultivation. An elder asks whether they intend to make such children disciples of Shaolin and Ma, and the question is loaded with the specific discomfort of a man watching two masters try to poach a clan's legacy while its head is out of town. The Poison Emperor fires back. It would sever the bloodline succession of the clan itself, and the stern expression behind those glasses is the move of a man protecting his investment by blocking the other two from converting the siblings into sect property. He elaborates, making such a grave decision affecting the clan's continued existence in a place without authority, and the stern delivery is the Poison Emperor politely reminding everyone that they are guests in someone else's house. The Buddhist monk concedes the point with a diplomatic apology, those who uphold the law of the Central Plains, and the concession is graceful because he has a workaround. Hyun-woo clarifies, there is no rules stating a disciple must enter temple ranks, which is the murim equivalent of saying, I do not want to adopt your son, I just want to train him and leave my name on his resume. Someone mutters that he is acting brazen, and the sweat on that man's brow is the reaction of a clan elder watching a Shaolin master argue around a bloodline objection in real time. Elder Jo Hwanbong stares into the middle distance and silently prays for Mujin to come back quickly, because the clan's future is being negotiated by three of the most powerful people in the Central Plains, and the only person with voting rights is currently burning a brothel 2 provinces away. At the training grounds, Dong-jok and Jung Tae receive Mujin's messenger pigeon letter, the one he sent from Peng Kwano's headquarters, and the scroll in their hands is the next phase of an operation they did not know was running. Dong-jok reads it and passes the word to Jan Tae, and the thick-bearded brother's expression shifts from reading to ready because the letter is not a question, it is a deployment order. A man with a goatee looks at the document with a smug expression and says they should begin moving as well, which is the energy of someone who just received a quest marker and is already checking the fast travel route. Here, the Tang clan granddaughter asks when Mujin will be back, and the nervousness in her voice is the sound of a woman who came here to chaperone a marriage negotiation and discovered the groom is on a business trip that involves arson. The demon brothers, who have never spoken to a girl, stand frozen in silence, while he asks if anyone is going to say something, and no one responds. The final panel holds on an empty walkway, because the clan head is out burning brothels. The elders are inside, dividing his siblings, and the only people available to answer a simple question from a girl, just blue-screened at the sound of a female voice. An elderly man with a grey beard and a topknot stares forward with the calm authority of a long-serving mediator. He believes his sex reputation alone should settle the matter, but the confrontation is only beginning. While Mujin was burning brothels and extracting ultimatums, the Kongtong sect held a meeting about whether to intervene, and they decided yes, reluctantly, and with conditions. One elder erupts in outrage. Chong Dobo was their disciple, and he has been completely crippled, which is technically accurate, though the framing omits that Dobo crippled a 6-year-old first. Another elder fires back, "Must we meddle in personal disputes?" And the question is delivered with the energy of a man who already knows the answer is going to be yes, but let us pretend we debated it. The Kongtong sect leader, with his hands clasped in a posture of firm decision, asks whether they can truly ignore the Changhua merchant group after all their support. The compromise arrives. Send a martial master who can mediate without fighting, which is the murim equivalent of sending a lawyer who is also a black belt and hoping the belt part does not come up. The Changhua merchant group's deputy steward bows and offers gratitude, and the nameplate on the wall identifies him as Chung Hoyon, who must now negotiate directly with Hua Mujin. The mediator clarifies one thing up front. The Flame Hua clan is also an orthodox sect, and he will not raise his sword against them. The masked figure accepts the terms with a solemn, "I comprehend fully," and the two set out, one man mediating, one man hoping the mediator is enough to prevent the alternative. Meanwhile, at the Pungyang headquarters, Mujin is sparring. Cho Mook charges in with a blue energy-wreathed fist, and the panel frames it as a real fight. Blue energy erupts from a downward strike and the impact lands with full force, and the man on the receiving end is about to learn that training with Mujin means full combat intensity. An elderly figure lunges in with blue energy crackling, not pulling his punches, and Mujin's training partners fight at full intensity. Chel Mook's face is panic, wide eyes, open mouth, and then a blinding white energy blast erases the panel because Mujin just counterattacked with the casual brutality of a man who considers this a warm-up. Two merchant observers stare in disbelief. One asks if this is really training because it looks like they are fighting to the death, and the man spitting blood on the ground confirms the distinction is meaningless. Mujin grins with glowing orange eyes and compliments Chel Mook's improved stamina, which is the kind of performance review that comes with a concussion as a signing bonus. No-Sak charges in next with his spear, blue energy erupting, explosions shattering the training ground, and the pattern is clear. Mujin tests each brother at full speed, then corrects what they got wrong. Mujin dodges effortlessly and tells No-Sak that if he is attempting an ambush, he should move with greater agility, then demonstrates, teleporting behind him, because the instructor outclasses the students by several tiers and wants them to know it. No-Sak stares up in disbelief and says what everyone is thinking, "Young master, I think you are just unreasonably fast, and the complaint is accurate but will not change the curriculum." Then a flustered merchant leader bursts in shouting that something needs to be seen right away, and the urgency in his voice is the sound of a man whose evening plans just got cancelled by geopolitics. The announcement lands. Representatives of the Changhua merchant group and the Kongtong sect have arrived, and the two elderly men standing in that room are about to discover who they are negotiating with. Mujin greets them with a flat, "Oh, you have come," and the cloaked figure standing in that grand ornate room is delivering hospitality with the warmth of a man who already knows the outcome. The mediator introduces himself, Yao Yul, Law Pavilion Master of the Kongtong sect, and the introduction is delivered with strict formality. An observer notes the way Mujin barely nods. He dares to do that despite being some young brat, and the outrage is the reaction of a man who expected deference and received a courtesy that stopped at the neck. The Changhua deputy demands to know why Mujin and his hired warriors are harassing their merchants, and the anger in his voice reflects his confidence that the Kongtong sect's presence is a shield. Mujin's response is a smile with glowing purple eyes and a question. Does the Changhua merchant group's influence really make him bow? And the smile is the kind that makes witnesses reconsider their seating position. He mocks them openly. The Che Honghua merchant group's influence is quite formidable, he says, with the sarcasm of a man who just burned their largest revenue stream to the ground 12 hours ago. Peng Quano intervenes to provide context. The Pungyang merchant group shops suffered collateral damage from the fighting on Fabric Street, and the facts are doing the work that Mujin's smile already previewed. He turns to the Kongtong mediator and asks whether he was unaware of these facts, and the question is not really a question. It is a man politely dismantling the premise of the mediation. Mujin adds the finishing touch. That territory was originally the Punyang merchant groups, which reframes the entire conflict from Huaik clan aggression to landlord eviction in a single sentence. Then he lays down his actual demands. The Changhua group must withdraw and cease suppressing the Panjiang, Muryong, and Golden Finance Manor groups. And the decree is delivered with the energy of a man reading terms he has already finalized. The Changhua deputy slams the table and demands to know if Mujin thinks everything he says goes, and the outrage is genuine, because no one has ever spoken to him like this in his own negotiation. Mujin's response is to place something on the table and ask if the deputy knows what it is, and the pale hand with long fingers resting on that surface is the calmest threat delivery in the room. A confession document, extracted from assassins hired on the Changhua merchant group's orders, is presented in the room, serving as a verdict that has already been delivered. Mujin's red eyes glow with dark energy as he asks whether they dare come all the way here to threaten him, and the question is directed at people who sent killers after his siblings and then showed up to negotiate terms. His killing intent floods the room, red energy radiates, fists clench, and even the Kongtong mediator is visibly shaken, because this is not the energy of a young man with an ordinary grievance. The Changhua deputy stammers a denial. This is the first he is hearing of any assassination plot, and the defense is technically plausible, since Bu Choyan was the one signing the checks. The Kongtong mediator jumps in. The confession of assassins is hardly sufficient evidence, and the legal standard he is invoking is convenient, given that his sect's entire reason for being here is to protect the accused. Mujin accepts the challenge. Find more evidence, fine, but the Changhua group withdraws immediately, and the condition is designed to be refused, because refusal gives him the excuse he wanted all along. The Changhua deputy rejects the withdrawal demand, and the Kongtong mediator shouts for Mujin to hold on, because the two of them just realize that the young man across the table is not negotiating. He is setting traps. Mujin tells the mediator that the Changhua deputy was the one who refused the proposal. So tell him that, and then unloads on the Kongtong sect for preaching impartiality and justice while ordering weaker sects around. The mediator smirks and calls Mujin more stubborn than expected, and the smugness is the last card a man plays when his authority has been publicly questioned and he has nothing left but composure. The mediator proposes a duel. Whichever party loses withdraws from the conflict, and the proposal settles the dispute by combat rather than negotiation. Mujin smirks at the offer, and the fiery energy radiating behind him is the visual language for "you just handed me exactly what I wanted." Peng Quano clasps his hands and prays, "Please may young Master Hua be safe," and the prayer comes from a man who has watched Mujin spar and is still not certain of the outcome. The mediator stands and declares that the word of an orthodox martial artist is worth its weight in gold, a preamble asserting the credibility of the party he is defending. He assesses Mujin's energy, merely ordinary, and the assessment is the last mistake a man can make before fighting someone who has been ordinary adjacent for exactly one cultivation, rebuild, and still kills peak-tier opponents. He decides he will cripple one of Mujin's arms, a measured response, he thinks, and the intention is delivered with the confidence of a man who has already written the post-fight report. The duel opens. A blue energy slash cuts across the panel, and a shadowy figure lunges forward with glowing blue eyes as the mediator commits to his attack, expecting it to land. Mujin moves, a hand reaches out, the mediator's eye widens in shock, and the panel holds on that eye, because the realization arrived faster than the pain did. Mujin stands over him and asks the question, "Do you admit your defeat?" And the question is not really a question. It is a man offering his opponent the dignity of saying it out loud. The mediator stares forward with wide, shocked eyes, and two observers marvel at what just happened in an instant, because the gap between ordinary energy and unconscious on the floor turned out to be exactly one strike. The mediator honors his word. The Kongtong sect will forego mediation in this matter, and the withdrawal is delivered with the grim formality of a man whose career just took a detour through a wall. He bids farewell and walks away, and the lone figure standing in the tiled arena with his ornate sword is now the only person in the courtyard who still has a say in what happens next. Mujin turns to the Chonhua deputy, the one who was slamming tables 10 minutes ago, and tells him to keep running his mouth, and the deputy's apology arrives with the speed of a man whose backup just left the building. He lays out the terms: clean up the mess, withdraw, and hand over a 30% stake in the Hubei T-Cells monopoly to the Punyang Merchant Group, and the number is a fixed demand, not a negotiation. Then comes option 2. If you do not like that, we settle things with you properly, and Mujin will lead his warriors to Hubei on this road. And the smile accompanying this option is the smile of a man who would genuinely prefer option 2. He adds the final condition: the Punyang Merchant Group will take that place instead, and the words "so decide" are delivered with absolute finality. The Chonghua deputy's face is distress, glowing eyes, upward stare, the expression of a man processing two options and discovering that both of them end with him losing something he cannot afford to lose. And the word "right now" echoes through the room, because the mad dog who devoured the Crimson Moon does not do deadlines, he does ultimatums. And the clock on this one started before the deputy sat down. The man who just got knocked unconscious in one strike is Jia Yul, Law Pavilion, master of the Kong Tong sect, and the punchline of this act is that he never even got to finish his opening stance. We'll get to how we got here, but first, let's appreciate what just happened. One hit. The man who showed up to mediate is now mediating between consciousness and the afterlife. Rewind to the negotiation table. Mujin walks in, and the room already knows his name, the Flamehua clan's Hua Mujin, because the last 48 hours involved burning a brothel, extorting a deputy steward, and marching through hostile territory. Across from him sits the Chonghua deputy and the Kongtong mediator, one man with a smug expression, and one man with a smug expression, and both of them are about to learn that confidence without information is just a faster route to losing. The Chonghua deputy opens by saying they cannot gamble with the fate of the merchant group, a statement that ignores the Chonghua's own prior aggression. Then the scene cuts to a shadowy figure with an axe looming over a sleeping man and a glowing blue sword strike cutting through the dark, because while the negotiation is happening in one room, the consequences are already being delivered in another. Someone shouts, "Who is it in the dark?" And the man who just woke to find armed figures in his bedroom is about to learn that the Chonghua Merchant Group's debts are being collected tonight, not negotiated tomorrow. A blue eye stares forward with the words, "You some mercy," hanging in the air, and the cloaked figure holding a glowing sword in that dimly lit room is not offering mercy, he is delivering retribution. Red slashes and teal energy erupt across the panel, and a woman screams because the people who sent assassins after children are now learning that the invoice for that decision comes due in person, in the dark, with interest. The panel holds on a traditional building bathed in sunset light, with a sound effect that needs no translation, because the Chonghua Merchant Group's leadership is being visited by the kind of debt collectors who do not accept payment plans. A few days later, the Demon Brothers are gathered, and a man with dark hair says they finally caught up, which is the energy of a group text that reads, "Mission complete. Also, we removed some arms." The brothers report that tracking the escaped Death Forest assassins took time, but once they caught up and removed a few arms, extracting written confessions was straightforward, which is the most efficient interrogation workflow in the murim. One brother adds that the reputation of the Flamehua clan and young Master Mujin is so widespread now that people bow the moment they hear his name, a recognition built entirely on intimidation. Mujin asks about Bu Choyon and the chief steward, and the answer comes back that they were left completely torn apart, and the smug expression on the brother's face confirms this was not a metaphor. Mujin is satisfied and orders the incident kept secret, then tells the group it is time to head back to the clan, because the man who just finished settling accounts in blood has a household to return to and siblings who are waiting. The carriage rolls out, and the street merchants rush to thank him, urging him to come back, promising the finest noodles, and the Demon Brothers receive the kind of enthusiastic farewell that a town gives to the people who just solved their extortion problem. A shopkeeper shouts that he will serve a delicious bowl of noodles next time, and women call out to the brothers to come play again, and the brothers remain unable to respond to the women across all provinces. Arriving at the clan, Marsork sprints out shouting, "Young master," with the urgency of a man who has been emotionally defibrillating himself for weeks, and Mujin's response is to push him away and tell him not to cling, because affection has a cooldown, and Marsork just exceeded it. Dojin and Soyeon run up calling his name, and when he asks how they have been, they report that the Tang sisters came over and they have been playing, which is the energy of two kids who had 3 grand masters babysitting them and treated it like a playdate. Elder Joe greets Mujin and tells him there are visitors who have been waiting with great longing, and the worn smile on the elder's face belongs to a man who knows the next conversation requires Mujin, not him. Mujin steps inside, and the panel leans forward with the intensity of a man who just realized the room contains 3 of the 4 most powerful people in the Central Plains, and all of them are sitting at his table, drinking his tea. The Poison Emperor greets him warmly. "Good to see you again, young Master Hua." And the formality is the sound of a man who already knows the answer to the question he has not asked yet. The Tang granddaughter introduces herself, and Mujin responds, and the exchange is the kind of polite formality that would be normal if the room were not currently vibrating with a combined aura of 3 grandmasters. The Poison Emperor clears his throat and says that while small insects did not swarm, 2 serpents crossed the fence, which is the most poetic way anyone has ever said. 2 old monks showed up uninvited and started poaching your siblings. Mujin introduces himself with a nervous expression, while an imposing elder looms behind him, and the nervousness is either genuine or a performance so convincing it deserved its own arc. Because this man has killed peak-tier masters with a chopstick. The Poison Emperor sends the granddaughters outside, and the instruction is delivered with the authority of a man who knows the next conversation is not for children, even though the children in question have already beaten tournament opponents twice their age. The Tang granddaughters step outside and spot the demon brothers, and the brothers, standing under a blue sky in their dark robes, are about to experience the same social paralysis that has defined every interaction they have ever had with a woman. Inside, an elder explains that Mujin's kindness preserved Mae's reputation, and they cannot forget it. And the sincerity in his voice is the sound of a man who is grateful and also evaluating, because gratitude and recruitment are not mutually exclusive in the murim. Mujin counters that he has already mastered the clan's unique arts, and the remaining members are elders whose age makes training impractical, which is the diplomatic way of saying, "I appreciate the offer, but my roster is full, and my veterans have joint pain." The elder assures him there is nothing to worry about, and the assurance is the kind of statement that sounds comforting, until you realize it is a response to a concern Mujin did not actually voice, which means the elder already has a counter-argument prepared for every objection. Then Soyeon appears, shouting Mujin's name with the energy of a child who has already been shown a technique and wants permission to learn more. And the panel of her standing there, with glowing eyes, is the visual of someone who has already decided the answer before asking the question. Soyeon says she wants to learn that, the snow-drifting, cloud-piercing palm strike, and the sinister grin on her face, surrounded by red energy, is the expression of a child who just discovered her favorite toy is a weapon. Soyeon repeats her demand. She wants to learn the snow-drifting, cloud-piercing palm strike, and the determination in her voice belongs to a girl who has already committed to the goal and will not be turned away. Mujin turns to Abbess Jinhua and asks what she showed his sister, and the question is delivered with the calm of a man who already knows the answer and is giving the abbess one chance to frame it charitably. Abbess Jinhua downplays it as a basic palm strike, and Soyeon immediately betrays the sales pitch by revealing that the abbess promised she could learn an even stronger technique when Mujin returned, which is the equivalent of a free trial that already auto-renewed. Soyeon pleads with full puppy dog energy, "Please allow it, please," and the 2 elders watching from the side are exchanging glances with the quiet satisfaction of people whose recruitment strategy is working exactly as designed. Mujin weighs the martial logic internally. The Flame Emperor's red flame art is yang-based and difficult for a young girl to master, and the calculation is not emotional, it is practical, because this man evaluates fighting styles the way other people evaluate grocery lists. Soyeon asks if this is going to put him in a tough spot and says she will not do it if it does. And the offer is genuine, which is the moment that tells you everything about how these siblings were raised. Moojin decides that for Soyeon, the martial arts of the MA sex might be more suitable, and the decision is delivered with the flat finality of a man who just ran the numbers, and the numbers said yes. He entrusts Soyeon to Abbess Jinhwa's care and asks her to take good care of his sister, and the abbess's wide-eyed reaction is the face of a woman who just got everything she wanted and is trying not to celebrate visibly. The abbess clasps her hands in prayer and calls it a blessing, and the monk beside her clears his throat with the urgency of a man who needs to speak before the meeting concludes. A speech bubble declares that Ime has succeeded in obtaining Soyeon, and the monk's expression as he announces it is Shaolin's turn, is the face of a man asserting his sect's claim next. Great monk, Yanu praises Dojin. His martial talent exceeds imagination, and the close-up on his intense eye as he names the quality that captured his heart, above all else, is the energy of a man making a case with full conviction. What captured him was Dojin's character, calm and composed, yet with a competitive spirit burning within, and the monk recognized in the boy a student who is both disciplined and hungry, the combination that makes masters fight over a child. Dojin clenches his fist with determination, and the monk declares he is exactly the disciple he has been seeking, which is the kind of statement that sounds wholesome, until you remember this man is one of the 4 strongest fighters alive, and he is recruiting a preteen. The Poison Emperor telepathically warns Moojin that the second snake is making its approach, and Moojin's conflicted expression as he questions why a monk wants ties with a secular clan shows he realizes he is about to be outmaneuvered by the monk's superior rhetoric. Hyunwoo clasps his hands in prayer and offers to stay. Just a small room, he says, teaching Dojin gradually from the side. And the bead of sweat on Moojin's face is the physical evidence of a man watching a Shaolin Grandmaster volunteer to become a live-in tutor. Moojin asks Dojin directly, and the boy says he has no intention of abandoning their grandfather's arts but genuinely wants to learn what the monk showed him, a statement of remarkable maturity and sincerity for a child. The elder confirms that Monk Yanu wishes to take Dojin as his disciple, and the panel of the monk descending toward a fallen figure shows him having secured his recruit with absolute finality. Moojin wonders what these old snakes did to his siblings while he was away, and the monk deflects cheerfully, offering an explanation framed as educational rather than adversarial. Hyunwoo offers to demonstrate, and the panel of an elderly man screaming as he is struck with immense force shows a technique applied without warning or consent. The technique dents a tree without breaking it, and the 2 observers staring in shock are processing the fact that they just watched a Shaolin secret art that was supposed to be extinct for 30 years, casually performed in a garden. Hyunwoo smiles and says he did not want to break the clan's tree, and the glowing blue symbols on his fist show that he held back his full power as a deliberate act of restraint. The Poison Emperor identifies it, the 100 Steps Divine Fist Strike, a Shaolin's secret art believed extinct for 30 years, and the shock on his face is the reaction of a man who thought he had seen everything and just updated his inventory. Dojin looks up with glowing purple eyes and says he is thinking maybe, and the unfinished sentence is the sound of a boy who just realized he can combine his grandfather's flame arts with a Shaolin technique nobody else in the world currently possesses. Moojin laughs to himself, to think the Shaolin secret arts he eradicated are being continued in this clan, and the irony is not lost on him, because the man who destroyed Shaolin's elite 30 years ago is now watching his little brother inherit their best technique. That night, the Poison Emperor and Moojin sit across from each other at a table, and the quiet intimacy of the scene is the visual language for 2 people who have known each other for 30 years and are only now admitting it to themselves. Moojin asks if the Poison Emperor would entrust his own granddaughter to Ime, and the immediate no he receives is the most honest answer anyone has given in this entire arc. The Poison Emperor asks what Moojin thinks of his granddaughter, and the outrage on Moojin's face as he says he already made himself clear is the reaction of a man who has rejected this proposal so many times it has become a reflex. Moojin asks why the Poison Emperor, who is much older, permits him to speak so familiarly, and the elder's response is that he feels no age gap, that their conversations flow as though he is talking to an old friend he has known for a lifetime. And the reason is simple, because he is talking to an old friend, one who has lived a lifetime inside a younger body, and the Poison Emperor is the only person at this table who knows it. Mujin's sinister smile as the conversation turns to the past is the first crack in the wall, and the Poison Emperor's pensive expression as he recalls a woman he loved is the face of a man who is about to hear a story he already knows the ending to. Mujin speaks of disobeying his master's sole final wish, and the grand pagoda standing under the sky is the visual silence of a man who is about to tell the story of Yonhwa for the first time in this life. The Poison Emperor notes that Mujin speaks of it as though decades have passed, and the observation is more accurate than he knows, because for this man decades did pass, and the woman he lost is not a memory, but a scar that never healed. Mujin reflects on her integrity. She never accepted help from strangers, and the Poison Emperor asks why he is no longer with her, which is the question that unlocks the entire backstory of the divine demon. Mujin says looking back he was truly foolish, and the clenched fist and the "what" on the panel is the Poison Emperor's reaction to hearing a man who once wiped out the 9 great sects call himself a fool over a woman. The words "that is when it began" land with the weight of a confession 30 years held back, because the mad dog who devoured the Crimson Moon did not start as a monster. He started as a man who loved someone and lost her, and everything that followed was the cost. A blade comes down with enough force to reshape the surrounding landscape, and that is where the story stands. The man who began as a broken heir has just become the official head of the Flamewa clan, and the people who taught his siblings while he was away are not guests, they are recruiters wearing polite smiles. We have to circle back, because before any of this ceremony happens, Mujin is sitting across from the Poison Emperor in private, and the conversation has gone somewhere no living person in the Central Plains should be able to take it. He names Namong Chongyong, the enemy he has never forgotten, the man who killed Yonhwa, and the Poison Emperor's face goes slack, because that name has been erased from murim records for 45 years, and this 23-year-old just pronounced it like a grocery list. Mujin explains that at first, it was only the Namong clan he killed, every single one his eyes could find, and then the world gave him a nickname he never asked for. And the panel whispers the 2 words the Poison Emperor is now hearing in real time: divine demon. The Poison Emperor demands to know how this young man knows a secret he has kept hidden for 60 years, and Mujin answers with the one detail that cannot be faked. He remembers the Poison Emperor's grandfather's poison arts, remembers how difficult they were to block, remembers because he was there. Then Mujin raises a philosophical question. If a demonic martial artist learns orthodox arts, are they orthodox? And if the so-called orthodox sects lost their justification and strayed from the path, could they have truly called themselves orthodox back then? The answer sits between them in silence, a battlefield memory, a kneeling figure in red and black surrounded by the dead, and the Poison Emperor finally understands that the divine demon did not die 30 years ago, he just changed clothes. Mujin tells him plainly that he only wants to raise these 2 children, his only remaining family, and the Poison Emperor warns that a new divine demon must not be born in the Central Plains. One such tragedy was already enough. The Poison Emperor asks how Mujin came to master the peerless 9 swords, and Mujin deflects. He had a master, it was passed down, but the real answer is 70 years of muscle memory and a vendetta that outlived his first grave. They part ways with a promise to drink together next time, and the Poison Emperor walks out knowing exactly who is sitting in that room, which is why when we cut to the clan estate days later, he is already at the table playing defense for children who do not know they need it. But before the ceremony, there is a training montage that needs mentioning. Soyeon is being drilled by Elder Joe, switching evasion arts, trading blows with a grin that says she has found her language, and the Poison Emperor quietly notes that even he would struggle to defend against her now. The same training yard holds Dojin, And if Soyeon is finding her voice, Dojin is already composing sentences. His fists carry the kind of compressed intent that makes elders stop mid-sentence and recalculate what the next generation of this clan is going to look like. Then Elder Joe drops the formal announcement. It is time for the clan head succession ceremony, and Mujin's face says he did not sign up for a coronation. He signed up for solvency and revenge, but the clan has other plans. The ceremony itself is grand, ornate, full of robed witnesses and a regal officiant reading the scrolls, but the emotional anchor is two children standing in the crowd, watching their brother become the thing their parents died believing he never could. And now we are back at our opening blade, the ceremony complete, the title official, the guests gathered, and 3 of the 4 strongest people in the Central Plains are sitting at Mujin's table pretending this is just a modest social call. Allied merchants congratulate family head Hwa with superficial warmth that costs nothing and secures commercial ties, while Mujin accepts their praise with a smile that signals he knows exactly which ledger this friendship is written in. Then a gift arrives, an ornate box said to increase internal energy by 20 years, and the regal donor smiles like he just handed over a retirement fund, while the demon brother receiving it looks like he would rather be duck walking up a mountain. The narration tells us what this moment means: the nuisance, the mad heir, the broken boy struck by the 7 wounds fist, is now the name that will be passed down for over 1,000 years, and the camera lingers on that legacy like it is still deciding whether to believe it. We get a flash of the training that earned it. Mujin counting strikes into the thousands, leaves falling around him, the stone pillar cracking under the weight of repetition, and this is what the title looks like when nobody is watching. The pillar finally gives, the count stops, and someone calls him clan head, and that is the moment the blade from our cold open lands, the moment the nuisance becomes the foundation. The ceremony is barely over before the next agenda item arrives. The Grand Orthodox Conference, the largest martial arts tournament in the Orthodox world, held once every 5 years at Mount Song, and Mujin's expression shows he did not expect to attend. The elders explain that the most talented disciples of every Orthodox sect will gather, and the suggestion is made that this could be exactly the stimulus Dojin and Soyeon need, because apparently becoming clan head was just the tutorial, and the real raid is at Mount Song. A carriage is prepared, goodbyes are exchanged, and Mujin sends the group ahead while he stays behind to handle remaining clan business, which is the kind of logistical decision that sounds responsible until you remember someone is already planning to murder him on the road. Sure enough, the moment the carriage rolls, a masked figure reports back to an older man with a scarred face. They have stationed people along the route, and the ambush is already in motion before the wheels have finished turning. The trap is set for Mount Song. The bait is a pair of children who just learned how dangerous their own potential is, and the man laying it has the confident smile of someone who does not yet know Mujin commutes through assassins the way other people commute through traffic. We jump to the road. A shadowy figure wrapped in red energy declares this time he will finish Hwa Mujin for good, and the carriage ahead carries 2 children who are currently more excited about seeing Mount Song than they are about the death flags blooming behind them. Inside the carriage, Dojin asks Great Monk Hyanu whether people who use the 100-step divine fist will participate. And the question is innocent enough, but it tells you exactly which technique has already taken root in the boy's imagination. He asks about the snow cloud palm, and the elders deflect, but the close-up on a determined eye tells us the real conversation is happening in glances, because everyone at this table knows the children are the prize, and the tournament is just the venue. The bloodlust lands, a blue slash cuts through the forest, warriors charge on horseback, and the ambush Mujin was warned about arrives with fire and smoke, breaking immediately upon contact. Explosions erupt across the valley, the carriage thunders through the chaos, and a man screams that they were just passing through, to which the voice from the flames replies, with the calm of someone who has heard that excuse before, that yes, they were just passing through. The valley burns. Silhouettes loom over a smaller, glowing figure, and the episode title finally pays itself off. The mad dog who devoured the crimson moon is now standing in the fire he made, looking at the next wave of people who thought he would be easy prey. A hand reaches out, glowing with dark energy. The frame tightens on a single eye, crackling with red intent, and someone screams as blood paints the panel. The mad dog does not bark before he bites, and the people who set this trap are about to learn that